Hello. Hi. Good morning. Oh my god. Hello? I have to force it. But it's my hi. Good morning. Good morning. Yo, what's up, baby girl? Good morning. Good morning, you guys. I just woke up. How is everyone today? Huh? Huh? Good morning, fire. Good morning. Good morning. Uh, just woke up, man. How is everyone? Hmm? I'm wide awake, I swear. I'm wide awake now. Good morning. Hey, how is everyone? I'm very late to the collab. W to the stanky potato for waking me up. I asked him a favor and he complied. He's a good potato today. Yes, I owe him one. All right, we're already in the stream chat if I remember. I think we're already in the stream chat. Thank you, Cuckoo, for the headband. Hi everyone. Good morning. Please expect low energy today. I just woke up. I just brewed my matcha latte. So the matcha will take effect in a couple hours, I guess. I don't know how long, but I have my energy once the matcha kicks in. Good morning, if you had I had the nappy. I had the nappy. Was supposed to be 2 hours, but it turned three. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. Okay, you guys. Let me head to. Let me head to. Yes. Oh fuck. Where's bed? The bed. Hi. Good morning. Hey. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm early for next day. Oh my god. Thank goodness I'm early. Oh my god. I slept for 2 weeks. Oh my god, doc. Where am I? Uh, I just woke up literally. Like, Zara woke me up, and I'm like, oh shit, I overslept. Oh, yo, what's up, baby girl? I just woke up, man. Yeah, what's up, baby girl? Yeah. Yo, what's up, good boy? I see. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can't help it, man. Oh my god.
Fucking chair by my own body, and I had to tell myself I was a mech suit just to get my body to move.
Okay, guys.
And
Get
then
in the back.
rainbow
I'm
vomit everywhere.
heading out to the
Jeebus on that
game.
magic ganji, you know,
But
that
I'll still
Ohio
do
wrist.
some little bits here and there.
Don't.
Okay.
Darknesses.
Yeah, I expected to be teased because
Chill with the
I'm the
brain
one
rot.
late and
The Jeebus was like, watch, I can turn
and
water to
having a
wine, like
morning
swap it
voice.
really quick. I'm like, no way.
But I feel so bad though. Oh my god. I didn't get woken up by
don't
Zara
remind me of the time
immediately.
when,
I know
Nicole
that I'm
don't
a
touch
very
the wall
hard
because she was so
person to
high.
wake up, but Zoro still manages to wake me up. It's crazy.
No, I really can't. Watch this.
Okay.
Like,
I I head not to the gaming scheme.
T-poses.
We'll continue
T-poses through the wall.
the noodle
Man, I've already got it,
thing on my end. Yeah. But I got bonged. Like you can see in my head bumps. Yes, I
JP
have
will
head
hear
bumps.
this. No, not JP. Man. I miss him. Listen here, person. I hope that you have the day you deserve. Driving by my house with that attitude, that's crazy.
What?
The audacity to have that fucking attitude near my premises.
No, for real. Near my house,
I'll
my
put
cat
right
house.
I'll, bitch.
Right. Okay. I remember now. I'm slowly starting to remember controls. Also, I think this is docking Zoro, judging by the colors. I don't know where I'm walking. I'm just walking. Why am I walking? I have a bike.
a motorcycle.
I mean, I have a mini bike, but it has no
Motorcycle.
gas.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
It ain't got no gas in it. Okay.
Hey, try to solve the problem there. You got no gas in it.
Ain't got no gas.
Got no gas in it.
Oh,
Hopping
Put
in.
it down. Put it down. I wish to ride it. Thank you.
It's got no gas.
No gas.
Okay.
Damn. Tier 4 robotic sledge.
No dino juice? No, I have no dino juice.
Wait, am I not in the share chat? I don't see it on my end.
What the
Let me see.
Oh, so that's why I have to click join share chat. It's crazy. Okay.
You silly.
There we go.
Naughty.
I got disconnected again.
Have you updated your game, Nachi?
Yeah. I had it updated before I go to nap.
Before I go to nap.
Nap.
This is gonna sound so outdated of a meme, but you kind of sound like the kid at the Minecraft convention. It's like, how much did it web over?
For the server.
I kinda, yeah. Oh my god. Can't believe it.
Ooh.
Yeah. My voice still needs to wake up too. Oh my god. Zoro was very, very consistent in waking me up. Oh my god.
you mean spamming?
If it didn't do that, I
me
would have been
too.
woken up, honestly.
I was gonna say, I'm hearing a lot of Zoro blame here. I'm pretty sure, like, you know.
With Nachi, that's just natural.
That's fair.
It was hard to wake me up, honestly. I'm a hard to wake up person.
It's over for me.
Whenever
I
I've put an alarm, I have like 3 alarms nearby, like 2 phones, my PC, and they all have alarms with 5 minutes interval each.
The amount of times you
And
fell asleep in calls and I've just sat there and forgot you were there and I've been sat there playing a game getting pissed and I'm like, oh shit, she's asleep. I need to mute myself.
I am very hard to wake up, and honestly, you don't have to mute. I like the voices.
Yeah.
If I wake up hearing it's doing mute, I'll be like, yes, the day has started off right. Game rage. I
My
like the
husband
better copy.
is throwing his shit at the wall.
I imagine that so cartoony, dude.
It's just like angry Goomba Snake flipping a table.
Nah. Hell
It's
nah.
this mini snake and it's just angry, big
Ooh,
bulbous eyes, and
I
just
guess
flips the
fun now.
table. Just, ah!
Nice. Let me spawn.
Dude, I need to get better at shooting. My goodness.
You gotten better with gamer brain rot. Oh my god, I'm so proud of you, Darnessons.
No.
Wow.
No.
Oh my
No.
god.
It genuinely is going to start enraging people. No.
What did you do,
You
Darnessons?
will
What is
cease
the new
in
gamer
this
word that you hear? That you learned? Oh my god, I'm scared.
I should learn from, yeah, learn
I'm
from you,
scared
you
for my life.
fuck.
Wait,
From
what?
you,
For me?
rat. She said she's learning a bunch of it from you and others, but mostly you.
What? What? Oh my god.
What?
I don't remember. Oh my god. My brain is still in
Of course
booting
you
up
don't.
mode.
Of course you don't.
Dude, dude,
My
when I'm
brain is
tired,
still
but
in
someone asks me
booting up
something.
mode.
What? It's like, huh?
You have
What was
to
the
wait
question? I
because
don't
you're in a
remember.
happy box. Yeah.
I got some
Later,
arrows
I
now.
might remember it. Honestly, yeah.
I have to wait because I'm in the happy box. Right, she's grounded.
Fucking
mods
grounded.
The fucking mods have their hammers over their heads ready to put you in timeout.
What the fuck? Okay, this fucking zombie.
It's your fault, man. You fucking snake. Not,
How do I?
not
Okay,
you.
there you go. I joined the
Fuck, I like how it says that Doc is
party.
around here, but I have not seen him.
I'm
You're still a
in.
distance away, I see.
Wait, are you near me?
Yeah. I've been just mindlessly wandering.
I'm near
dude. I
Schneck.
haven't
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
okay.
I'm like all the way over here
It's
in the
not-
burnt forest. I'm like, I can, in my head, I can go back and pick up like Tabby and then and all I hear is it says you're around here somewhere, but I don't know. And I'm like, huh?
Oh, my poor bike,
Yeah.
dude. It's gonna break soon. This poor thing.
I got repair kits. I can give it a fix, but also I can just give you a lift. I'm in the 4x4.
Okay.
What's up?
What's up, man? You've been killing zombies?
Yeah.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
wait, I think my thing's up here actually.
Ooh, I got a
What is-
potato. Nice.
I don't know why.
Stank one.
Potato.
My god.
I got it. All right.
Got it. Hell
Now I gotta head over to Trader Jin, but I gotta put away some things first.
Doc is a ninja. What?
He's a ninja. Hey, Sword. Hope you're doing well, dude. It's good to see you. I can be. That's why a lot of DVD killers hated me, dude. Cause
Sneaky bitch.
yeah, I would just sneak around. Even though that wasn't like my play style, I just sneak around. I would also piss off every trickster main because I found
Good.
out it's just easy
Fuck
to
them.
move left and right to avoid knives, and they sit there and get angry at me because it's like, yeah, you expect me to dodge and weave like a proper person, but I'm gonna piss you off. Watch this.
Watch this, dude.
What?
Okay. One more thing to dismantle, and then
Ah,
straight to
zombie. Get away from me.
Give me my arrows back. Oh, I need those.
Oh,
Oh, got shot in the crotch. Bye.
kitty.
I'm trying. Okay.
It's enchanted to meet you. chocolate
get my
chocolate. Oh my god.
just so I can have it nearby for whenever I'm hungry.
Hard candy.
Hard candy.
Candy.
Oh my god, he hasn't been disintegrated.
Hi, candy.
I can't
Eh,
get
Kinda-
far.
No.
Kind of a small target.
Yeah, but I hit him with the words he didn't want to hear, so
Oh.
can't let you do that, Star Candy.
Where can I get up? Okay, there we go.
You wanna what? Wake up.
Oh my god, is that a hard candy? A candy of hard?
Oh, that was.
Crafting skill magazine bundle. Yeah, I'll
Say
take
if
it.
there's any tech planet or tactical warfare in there, they're mine.
I got you, dude.
Unfortunately, there isn't.
That's fine.
There is no way handgun magazine.
Your mom's car.
Anyland and home.
Your
cooking
mom's
weekly.
car. Hi,
I'm
Zoinks.
not
How
actually
was the
like this.
convention?
Ah, you're pulling at me. I see.
Zoinks, how was the convention? How did it go? Did you meet Alex Lee?
Are you broke now?
He's probably broke now because it's a convention. What do you expect with a convention? Lots of merch and stuff.
Simple.
Yup.
I'm full. I just don't
Yup.
live for the friends.
No, oh. Oh, he wasn't able. Oh, that's sad. Nice, okay. Very good. Oh, that's nice.
Very good.
Did you
Gosh,
post your cosplay pictures?
Whoa.
Hoping this one isn't too rough, but it might be.
Yeah. I just woke up, by the way. That's why I still have that e-boy voice.
I said, "What's up, guys?"
Yo, what's up, baby girl?
I subscribe to my YouTube channel.
I woke up like this.
Hey, yo, what's up? We're back again with more Minecraft. Let's get into it.
What's
I like
up?
to overtake
What's
corpse-
good?
corpse husband because I've got no one.
What's good, Bookie? You just wake up.
I imitate Corpse Husband because everyone gets wet for Corpse.
They literally stole my idea.
I'll be ready for it.
Guy, still alive? Fucking A.
God damn.
Die.
I mean, he was a military zombie. They are pretty tough.
God damn.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I have to smooch you later.
Uh-oh.
Oh, smooching.
Just like smooching. Can I join?
No, because it's not even a cosplay
my
at this point without the hair dye. Aw,
my, that's a lot of zombies.
okay.
How about you guys come outside?
How about you step outside in my office?
I'm sure you still look good in it. Oh my god.
Watch out behind you. You're good. I got you. Doggy.
Dog? Where dog?
I need lockpicks. No.
Ow! Ow!
I got that on here. Slick back, white Just like the skirt.
There. It should be healing for some time now.
Wait, where?
Yeah, right? There you go.
I think I have head damage and sprain or broken bone.
Oh, you too?
Uh-huh.
Hang on, wait. Let's see if this will work.
I was about to follow that up. Was I was dropped with a baby? What about you?
Oh, you too?
Well,
No, what?
No way, man. Oh. What's up? Mr. Doctor Man? Mr. Potato?
Sing.
Teeth marks? Hmm.
so specific.
Having to soothe that?
It just pulls out rifle, starts loading, and 50 cal.
Can you describe? I mean, can you see the bite marks? What they look like? Is it a full set of teeth, like a dog, like a person?
Dog.
2 vampire prongs.
Huh? What?
Actually, why were you
Oh,
The
biting?
you
lady
want
bit
me?
me.
What? Why?
Oh, she
Mm.
likes you.
What?
She-
Me? Ugh,
Oh.
disgusting. Ugh. Not the stinky potato, no.
Wow, way to kick a man down, why don't you?
Oh my god, wait. Let me put down my noodles real quick. I'm gonna put down
And all
my
the teeth were
noodles
there,
real
but she
quick.
was stankin'. Mm. So it came from a vampire, is what you're telling me.
I see. I see the. Fuck you.
Vampires don't
stink.
stank.
Nami.
Except Nachi.
Oh my god.
So,
Out
it's
of all
come
potatoes,
down-
only Zoro is the one
it's all
that's
come down
stinks. God
to a
damn.
specific individual.
Always has.
Always
Fuck
has,
you,
always
Zoro.
will be.
Fuck you.
That's fair.
I'll say it in my e-boy voice.
Pistol,
Uh-huh.
fuck you.
Nachi e-boy confirmed. No, just
I'll
kidding.
vomit in my normal voice.
Fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you.
You're using pistols,
Fuck
right,
you.
Nicola?
Uh-huh.
Here, read this.
Oh, thank you.
I really should have brought Wentz, but it's fine. Ooh.
Am I missing something?
Oh.
Maybe not. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Nicole is dealing with a feral.
Furl.
Oh, you guys at one of the big bases.
No idea.
Yep. It's tiny. Well, it's probably more in depth inside, but yeah, on the outside it's not that bad.
Is that another tech?
feel like we could
Sure
fight
fucking
this.
was.
Nah, but we can't though.
Oh, Set's gonna be really happy. I can make her a drone level 4 now.
For prop.
Oh, hi.
What? What stink? What? I'm I'm doing my stuff. Hold on. Okay, good zombies.
Oh,
This is
it
that
is
zombie.
blue.
Is
Dabble dee dabble
blue?
die.
Oh my god.
Dabble di baba ba. Baba baba.
Ba-boopy-ba-ba-boopy.
Oh, I'm just out of ammo. Let's see.
Oh damn!
Okay.
Oh, that is a blue zombie.
Nice books. Ooh,
Decapitated that
nice.
bitch.
That was good. Ooh, that's a
Oh, hell.
lot of weapons.
Oh my
Noise.
god.
I remember playing this several years back with the unarmed build. I came out at the top of the Blood Moon roll. The max HP count of 10 from the severity of my injuries. Damn! Yeah, I always do the fists. The fisticuffs.
Have you seen the new 7 Days game they're making?
There's a new 7 days? What?
Yeah, it's called 7 Days Blood Moon, and it literally looks like a hero shooter.
Oh yeah,
Let's see.
I've seen that actually. Yeah, it looks decent. God, I am fucked up all around.
I'm infected.
Go and drink some honey.
Don't have any.
Oh, the heavenly.
Don't have any.
Just-
Took a chunk.
I got broken bones.
Just, you know how
The
many?
bone.
Just break your keyboard.
Oh,
break
I don't
your
care.
keyboard.
I ain't gonna be that fucked up about it.
Just gamer rage.
Not worth the rage,
The
honestly.
gamer.
That was gonna be called 8 days.
Ooh, machete.
I
Mm.
might head back to the truck for a moment.
I love your cat emotes, hard candy. They're the best thing ever. Especially that one where it just looks like it's zonked out of its brain.
There's not much here.
I hate how every time you say something like that, Nicole, my brain's just like, but you're there. There's plenty there.
What? What's it talking about me?
Yeah, but you said there was nothing there, and my brain was like, instantly like, no, there is something there. You.
Oh, but there is no items. Me being here doesn't help with that, so. Ooh, hi, biker man. You scared me. Stop it. Stop. Ooh. Oh, I'm dead.
Don't tell me those are crossbow bolts.
No.
I am
I
deceased.
just go up, I guess. Let's see.
They are.
Holy fuck, it's like super laggy.
Welcome, hard candy. How am I supposed to open up? the
I'm
garage
surprised
to
I'm
unlock
not
it?
rubber banding today. I
Well,
won't
they
jinx
apparently
it.
fixed the servers and stuff.
Yeah.
That's a load of horse shit.
Well, once again, I read the patch notes further. It said in the cities.
In the cities.
Apparently, there was major frame drops in cities and stuff.
You must only stay in the city.
And the shitty walk.
The shitty walk or the city sushi?
She
Shitty walk. Hello, she needs a take order.
Perish. Die. Okay. Put my shit back. Alright. Anyway. That was fun.
Whose mission is this? Yeah. Oh, Zaro, I'm in the Tire 1 mission of yours. Stay.
It was supposed to be like that. Oh, fuck you.
Oh my god, I smell my dog pee. Oh my god, baby.
Oh. Yeah, I see that. That just jumped down.
Uh-huh.
The ribbit. Let's go. Shortcut.
Hi, I'm back. Oh,
Oh, check. No.
what?
Okay.
Rifle ammo.
Oh, okay. I gotta take off the Zaro toggle. Forgot it was there.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay. Back to eating noodles. Yeah.
Is that a bad cycle?
Like,
Da-da-da-da. Oh,
Thermal
bam.
core combat layer.
oh, I don't like that. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm stuck down here now, so.
Turning.
I took the open elevator. There's a ladder that goes straight down to, like, I guess the basement.
Oh, what the fuck?
But I keep that there, just in case. There might be a bunch of zombies nearby.
Like that?
Yep.
Doggy. What do you want? Oh my god, this dog.
Whew. Hooey. Yeah, look
You
at you,
okay there?
Kazara. Everything is broken in my body. I have abrasions and exhaustion and yeah, it's great.
Hang on.
Thank you.
Good thing I brought extras.
Appreciate it.
As far as splints, though, I need tape. Oh wait, I have 2 on me. Hang on. Give me just a moment. I can. All right. There's that for you. You got anything broken?
Oh no, I'm just infected and
Oh, okay. I'm back again.
stuff. Yeah.
All right. That unfortunately I cannot help with. I don't
Yeah.
got medication for that one, so. Watch your back, Zoro. Zoro, behind you!
Oh my god.
Damn abrasions, I'm tired of this stupid shit.
Damn abrasions. How do you help with?
Oh,
Use painkillers. Cure this.
get off of me, owie.
My head hurt.
Oh my god. Hi.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Damn it!
25% extra loss.
I'm drinking after that. Oh, the worst part is, the mission's not even like started. That's what we have to deal with here.
They being bougie. Love that. They being bougie.
Yeah, I'm like, have
Oh, hi.
infections.
There's good stuff.
Oh, there's a hole in our
Oh my
wall.
Christ!
There's more. Oh my god. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh god. Hi.
Oh my god, it's full as fuck.
Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah. I'm winning, Dad. I'm winning. Behind you!
Ay, ay, ay.
This shit never ends. Oh, fuck me, man.
Can I see that?
It's over. No honey.
Oh my god, we don't have any repair kits.
Oh,
I'll have to make more. But
we
we'll
got
need more
one
tape.
left. Damn.
Yeah.
That's really unfortunate. Ugh.
I'm trying to
Well,
perk up
hello?
my voice. Oh, it's kind of getting out now.
Uh-oh.
Kind of gone now. Yeah.
Oh, here. Let me get you. Okay.
Huh? What?
I'm dead again.
No, what? Why you sneak?
Dan!
Yeah, you want my noodles, huh? You want my cup ramen?
Gimme.
Gimme.
Have a cup
Depends what cup
ramen.
ramen is it?
That knife. Oh,
It went woe from glass.
Kenzie,
It went from world
you
class to
bored
first
me.
class.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we're doing a thing. We're dying.
Actually, you didn't answer my question.
What?
What cup ramen is it?
It has no. Hold on. It just says
Ugh.
spicy.
Thank God.
There's just
I
a.
found one
There's just
verbal
a
antibiotic.
chili logo on it. That's it.
Spicy ramen.
It's a spicy ramen. Yeah. Spicy. And
Bro, you-
yes, let's go.
Oh my god. So
My
much
back.
water.
Boo-boo.
I swear.
Oh shit.
I have to go the really long way. Go this way.
Buddy.
Keep yawning. Oh my god. My back.
I was just about to ask where we put our forged iron and steel, but I was like, never mind.
In the mats, yeah.
In the bowl.
The gulag.
3 whole grams of mustard in the bowl. Forgot the fucking cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry, I found 7 teeth.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
What
yeah.
the flying fuck, man?
Oh my goodness.
Holy shit!
Hi,
We're
good.
Yay!
You're doing the brain rotting cat. I see.
Shame on you.
Just redeem it before I do the above. Good to make the unicorn.
Oh,
I wanna
Good
lie.
job making the wife hydrated always.
How am I alive, dude?
I don't know.
shouldn't be.
because you're the doctor. You must
Trying to lose my
live.
mind. Where did it go? Do we
Oh,
have tools?
I don't
Oh.
want to remember it.
Dude, I'm not even like do this mission. Like once we get finished, I'm heading back home.
Trying to lose
even
my
know.
mind.
leaving.
I'm like on my last 3
It's
bandages.
sad.
I knew it. I probably should have brought more, but fucking bullshit.
There's a 44 Magnum.
Doesn't help that I don't have any ammo either.
Here, I think. Oh shit! No, I put that ammo in the fucking truck.
It's okay. Pat.
I left it in the truck.
No.
Hear that big motherfucker? Yeah, I do too. Got it
You
right.
know
Watch
what?
yourself.
I want to be smart.
I might get stuck in
So
IRL,
it'd be
that's
detrimental on my fucking armor is almost donezo.
Okay. I must set out again.
Mine got second IRL. That's like no.
Is it really bad that I want to make a chest and call it Rose's chest and just put a lot of glass in it?
Glass.
Here,
Glare.
you know what? I'm gonna
Here's
be
your
smart.
reward.
I'm gonna tactical retreat.
Ain't nothing wrong with a tactical retreat.
I'm going to be a detriment.
That's
Yeah,
a
just be
good.
smarter. If
I guess I'll
I
do Molotov this
think we
time.
left.
Yeah.
That door as well.
Wow. Time charge. Air filter landmine. 25 contact grenade. Water filter. Solar cell. Crucible.
Water filter's good if you want it. If you're out and about and you don't have any water on you,
That's impossible.
you can go and just drink from a river and be fine. 9 times out of 10.
Oh.
You
We
should get
probably need a
dysentery from it.
solar cell or something, right? Do we have a crucible already?
No.
Liberation give you.
I believe so. So I'll
I
just
do.
get
I
the
love
solar
first aid
cell.
kits. Oh. First aid bandages.
Yeah.
Okay.
There it is. That's the loot room right there. Okay. Watch out, watch out.
You better take this job. I'm not in the middle. Well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Go do the goddamn job.
Oh my god. It's raining already.
Alright, Tabby, you can come back down here.
Oh.
Might actually...
I actually left.
What?
I told you I was leaving. Tactical retreat, man.
I thought you were just gonna like wait outside.
No. I'm looking rough, dude. I need to
Okay,
head
Tabby
home.
got the fuck out of there. She GTF.
Because we kind of need your lock picks.
Okay, give me back.
Oh my God! Zora, wave! Wave around!
Coming back. Anti-cheese gang. What? I love cheese. I'm lactose intolerant, and I don't care.
Anti-cheese. Do you know where you're at? We love cheese here.
I love cheese. Cheese.
Cheese.
Jesus Christ! I don't know how I got out of that room. I don't know.
Not cheating. It's a good idea
Yes.
to go out when it starts to go dark.
I'm gonna
Uh-uh.
be back soon. I'm just digging for buried supplies.
You're digging, twin?
Start digging in my butthole, Twain.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Why in description of the fool?
Why
am
did
I
you
going
eat
for
like
the
Yoda
right way?
did?
Oh my god. Oh, it's... Wow.
Dig deep you must to find more of your well.
Dude, come on. Brain. Work.
This is for the
I
best.
know how to do this. I know how to do this. There we go. Okay. My brain's working again. Hey. Down? Down there? Like down the
It wasn't loaded all this time. It's crazy.
It's further.
Okay. Go. Bruh.
Dire. What the fuck?
Oh my god. No, is he closed? Shit.
The trader? No, it shouldn't close.
Ooh, blue
I'm
buddy.
here now.
Hey, I'm in here still. I'm
Man.
I just have a bad habit of shutting the doors behind myself.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh man.
Thanks.
Hey.
They ganged me up. Okay.
Okay. 5 first aid kits, blade trap bundle, silver nuggets, beaker, $2, ammo, and a helmet.
5 first aid kit.
Good one. I'm
was
so
so
proud of you, Matt.
Oh, thanks.
I put a few magazines in there if you guys want to read those, but yeah, I got no space for everything else. So.
Yeah, running very low on ammo, on space.
These blue people are so sturdy. God damn. The blue zombies.
Nicole's missing 9 mil.
Yeah.
I need my bullets, babe.
Got you some. Oh, thank you.
Oh, dude, let's get the fuck out of here.
Cash. Cash, baby. Cash money, baby.
My gun is not reloading. It looks like it needs to be the black or gray tipped one.
Oh, you can switch your ammo type if you hold reload.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh! I didn't know that. Thank you. Sick.
I allowed to kill Zora now. Can I ask the reason? Or should I just not bother?
Mm,
Kill
Redacted.
Zara.
She just wants to.
Death. I agree.
Dev.
Keep it going.
I have an entire excursion. I've only leveled up once from
This
that.
motherfucker. Motherfucking zombie killed me multiple times. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Hello.
Forehead, just stab him back.
Oh yeah.
Wait, can I make M60s yet? Or am I still too low there? Shut up! No one asked you!
Go for it.
No, you said, can I make M6?
Yeah, I didn't ask you directly, did I?
No,
I didn't
pulling
go
me.
back. Can I make M60s? I just said, can I make M60s?
Oh yeah, you totally can.
You fucking bish. Trying to take my life.
Give me
I hope that the person driving by my house being loud, I hope that you trip.
Damn
Have you
it!
ever fire?
No. I just want to minorly inconvenience people, not like really hurt them.
What? Punctured tire? I didn't say punctured tire with a driver, I just said punctured tire.
Oh.
What a monster.
But that's expensive.
Exactly.
Then again,
Inconvenient.
Man, shit, dude, that shit expensive.
Then again, with how much time has gone past, they could probably repair that muffler, that exhaust.
My body.
Fix your shit.
Fix your shit.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, body hurt. These zombies are beating the shit out of me.
Why do zombies bully me?
I'm getting bullied so hard.
Why do zombies crave for flesh? What the
fair,
fuck
you
is
do.
wrong with them?
High-end area.
I'm so dog shit, and I have no one to blame but myself.
That's it. You can blame me. I'm the one that brought you here.
I can't blame you. I could have just not come here.
That's true. You could have
got
jumped
no
out
one to
any
blame.
time.
I went to college. Eugene crabs.
Plankton crabs. Plankton crabs.
You can't do this to me, crabs. I went to college.
So, would you ride back to base or?
Zach, can I still plant the aloe vera? Or do you need it?
All right.
Aloe vera.
Aloe vera. Actually.
Just point. Oh.
You know what, I
Got
find
my
it
cheek.
ironic the plant isn't the one that was planting things.
God no, mate.
I ended up falling asleep for an hour or two. I guess I was very tired from all that walking. Oh my god,
Imagine the
yes.
doctor
Please
not
do
being a
get
doctor.
some rest.
Oh my Jesus
This is very
Christ.
important.
God damn, bro.
You're supposed to sit in the middle.
Damn, Zaro.
Gently. Sit down gently, not let the weight be the momentum, you know?
Hey, you need a jump start.
Damn, that broke my arm.
Wow.
Hang on, wait. I can fix it real quick. After we go.
What? What,
Just
man?
needed a jump start.
There you go.
Big thank yous from McSpank.
That sounds like a Saints Row restaurant.
No, that's Freckle Bitches.
I know, but still, that could be like another Saints Row restaurant.
Oh, McSpanky's is Jimmy. No, it's not Jimmy Neutron, is it?
It is.
Yeah, it
Is
is
it
Jimmy.
Neutron?
Because
Okay.
like, because that's when he's like,
Yeah, McSpanky's is the burger place.
he's like, this is sodium
Yeah.
chloride, dude.
Convention
It's salt.
location was nice.
That's what I said.
Wait, where was it?
No one could handle but Jimmy Neutron style.
Oh my god. What does a clog do when it's hungry? It goes back for seconds.
My god.
Thank you for the bit, naked synapses.
Huh?
Naked synapses. I see. Oh, chatter. Okay.
Dude, what a name and what a fucking thing.
What a name and what a joke.
Hi, Sam.
Absolute banger way to come in.
That's pretty good.
I'm gonna give you 5 big booms. Boom, 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 boom.
I said.
You promised that?
Back to
No,
back
that-
to back.
Set doesn't make promises.
Yes. Oh, sick. Set.
Wee. Oh my god.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you.
By the way, if you
Alright,
come
Set,
across
you're gonna
any
see on top of that.
Convention was also connected to a hotel that had nice indoor scenery. Ooh, fancy.
You always hear weird things about convention hotel parties.
oh fucking hell, FurCon.
I was actually gonna say it's mainly furries.
Mainly.
There was a-
Oh.
Apparently there was like a Skull Kid party going on one time,
Uh-huh.
like from Pokemon.
Oh.
Yes.
Then there was like the rumor like somebody fell from like the 3rd story.
Oh my god.
Oh, if you guys come across any more tactical warfare books, could I have them, please? Because I've nearly got enough to make M60s. We'll
Yeah,
start
okay,
making
keep an eye.
I have a few in the back of the truck. If you're home, I can hand them to you.
Well,
I think you're
I
saying
didn't-
if you come across any.
No, I'm joking.
Sounds like a lot of work.
I'll just read them then. That's fine.
No.
Okay.
You give me a roll, I want to stick my fucking 12 gauge up your ass and pull the trigger.
If you want some fancy,
What?
good
I
afternoon
rather it in
eating,
my
go
mouth,
suck
so
up
at
to
least
Trader
it's over
Joe's.
with. And
If
I
you
don't
want
have
some
to pay taxes
food,
anymore.
I'll take care of you.
I won't be coming across anything. Why not?
No,
You
no,
got
that
tickets to
attitude.
Gooning?
No, with that, dude. Oh, you're right, dude. And the IRS guy comes to my funeral. Hey, so you didn't
Goes to
pay
bat.
last
Although
month's
maybe
taxes.
I'd say
taxes.
it's been an honor to work
Hey,
with
so you put an extra
but it would be
0
a
on this.
lie.
We need you to fix it.
It puts the pen in like my hand, along with the paper. Take your time.
Just take that. No
That's right.
rush.
We'll be here.
Just no Russian bat slowly loading a fucking knife, fucking revolver. No rush.
No.
Super corn? Yes, let's go shoot a corn.
Super corn. Okay.
Epoch.
This, and then I bring this back to the tools. Okay. Nice. Yes, finally I can repair my gun. in my car, and I mean in my motorcycle.
Your
It's
daggone
almost
motorcycle?
my motorcycle is almost dead.
Get well soon.
Oh, oh hi.
Nachi doko. Doko.
Doko,
Doko desu.
Excuse me.
doko
What?
de. Eh. Hi. Listen this. Do we get Nachi Doko? Yes, sir. Yes. Hi. Oh, hi. Mwah.
Oh, everyone's back.
Hi.
Everyone.
Man, that fucking sucked.
Mwah.
Did
I
I?
kiss
Do
that
I?
tabby
Hi.
wife.
Oh, hi, Set.
Is there a better gun? I guess not.
Look behind
I
you,
feel like I
Snap.
Okay.
Hi.
Fucking got him. Got so good.
I mean, I knew she was on my head. I already looked up and saw she was on top of my head, and I looked over towards the collar. I was about to say, I can't make any sort of movements, or she
I
shoot
need
me.
ammo.
There's a mouse on my head.
There's a mouse on my head.
Mouse.
Alright, I had some books in the
5.
book chest.
4. 2.
What the? What? Huh? What?
It was just so nonchalant too.
A good one. A good one. I'm so proud of you, Seth. Oh my god, I'm so proud of you.
And I just seen Zoro just drop like
You
a sack
did
of shit.
so good, Seth. I am so proud of you.
I literally just read my warfare book, and then all of a sudden I hear his bang, and I just see a backdrop next to it. What the
It's
heck
like,
was-
oh,
To be fair, there was a countdown.
I didn't see the countdown. I was reading my warfare book on how to make guns.
Damn, that's so far.
So it's like this. Just shot.
No, again. Oh my god, my dog.
Doggy.
My dog. My dog.
my
yes,
dog.
Get along, little doggy.
My dog just wants some little cuddles and stuff.
What?
Rawr.
Set whatever you do not look up. it's of mild importance.
Fucking, that's
something she's gonna do it.
that slow woke up is what made me laugh. It's
Said
like,
there's a
whatever you
one-
do, don't do it.
There's a 1.8 meters in your shirt. Think a screen.
Oh, dude, did your game bug like that Snake video or that
Oh,
Metal Gear
it
Solid
didn't
video?
heal much.
Yeah.
Man, I hate when that happens. It's the worst.
Damn.
It's more an IRL glitch.
Faster than light.
That is crazy. No,
Hey,
I'm going the wrong way. I
Hey,
can't
Bam, what you
believe
got on your back there?
A
The
smoothie.
old-
Why are you wearing a smoothie on your back?
For later.
New format screen.
Man, I gotta play more 7 Days tonight now. They've pulled out some updates. Yeah.
I'm making more repair kits now.
I'm making waffle.
Assassin. What's this one?
What?
Commando. Oh.
Ew!
Ew. Yuck.
Ew.
Ew.
Yucky.
Get out!
Get out of here with your stupid fucking
Get out!
bot BS. Yuck. Yep.
Of course so.
Whose quest is this?
Ooh. Oh, hi. You startled me. Sort of just pushed me like I was nothing. Like I was light.
Light work, no reaction.
Yeah.
Looking for the oil crate. It. Like oil shell? Damn. Oil bottle.
Nicole is interesting.
Oh, hi, Joe. Good morning.
Sorry to flash you set. My bad.
Everybody stop!
Sorry, put his face in her butt. I can't. What the fuck? Oh my god.
It's all good. It's all good. How about you? Good morning.
Yeah, oh my god.
Oh my god.
I didn't even see the undressing yellow power.
You good? Nice. Same here.
Aww.
Aw.
I just saw a button posted in the chat of her making the little kitty bed for a kitty.
It's a wonderful evening to sell medical supplies.
It's so cute.
I've got a bit of a problem. Can you help me out? Oh, thank goodness. I couldn't find anyone to do that job. Take your time looking.
Oh my gosh, it's so high. My kids
A poppin' pills might have what you're looking for.
it's the God.
It's the Dilla.
The
It's the
Quesadilla. It's a dill.
oh my god, the
Quesadilla.
quesadilla.
Like my second retainer. Would you like to be movie champion? What? Yeah, that's what the fuck. It's so nice. I would be honored to be one of your retainers.
The things that go in your mouth.
Yeah, that's what I thought at first too. I was like, what the fuck?
They're extra inventory in Final Fantasy 14. They're basically servants that serve you.
Second retainer in spirit. What?
Send me your design. I'll try my best. Oh,
it's this one. Okay.
Let me see if I can find an image of lady.
Is it really?
I'm doing it right now because if I do it after stream, I'll forget. My brain, you know.
After stream, do it right now.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it live.
Fuck it, we're doing it
Doing it
live.
live.
Give me my arrow. Thank you.
No, it's my arrow now.
What? Spell arrow.
B-A-T-T.
B-A-T-T.
You win this round.
That's not
That's
correct.
crazy.
What the hell? That's not right. I spell that.
It's like all right. You pass for now.
You win this round. Thinking of bat and butt.
Bat butt. Think about bat booty. Wow.
Man, booty.
With consent.
Huge.
I've seen what
That's
that
a
thing
huge
can...
bitch.
I have witnessed firsthand what a thing can do.
What the ting can do.
What the thing can do.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Where did I put this freaking screenshot? Where did I put it? Hold on, that one. No. Okay. So I'm gonna send you one image, but I'm the one on the far right. It's greedy. Okay. I know how to do things. It's in my brain right now.
Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, it's right there. Hey, look at that. Armored up.
Wow, would you look
The
at
white
that?
mage. The white mage is me. And then would you like,
Potato plant? Oh my god. Getting that
You just
shit, bro.
put like Nicole or Tabby, something like that. Neko Tabby. Because I don't know. Because you have to be careful. Because some names could be taken too.
And Necodilla.
A Necodilla.
A nigga what?
Huh?
Me?
Nicola.
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 Me cola zero sugar?
Yeah, something like that.
You have cola knees?
This is news
That's
to
a
me.
thing.
It's like I was unaware.
I really was unaware.
What the fuck are knees? Colonel, what are knees?
What are knees?
That's really the most confusing thing someone gets. It's like, what the fuck are knees?
Yeah,
I don't know what that
Ketsa,
is.
she's like Nicola's colors, so like the red hair and the purple eyes. But you know, Final Fantasy 14 is limited unless you mod it. And I
That's
don't
true.
feel like modding it.
No.
I hide here. Then I pee.
Are you
I
leaving
gotta
us?
pee.
No, I gotta restart my game.
Crimes.
Gotta
Ooh, crimes. I
Like-
know. Like, it's
It's
unfair.
acting
How come
funny.
Raha can have pretty bright red hair, but I can't, huh? That's not fair.
That's bullshit.
It is bullshit. Why does he get to have the pretty red hair and not me?
Oh, pretty
Yeah,
cat boy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I know you don't know.
See, I misheard you. What you said. I thought you were having a go at the us lizards. Then I was like, well, I
Hell
don't
no. You didn't do nothing.
I
Something,
don't know.
something, elegant blood. Damn it!
Something family heirloom.
Let me eat
family
him.
family wine. There you go.
That could
Yeah.
I say
imply something else.
something he's special. Something you're not. Something he deserves it.
Damn it! You know, but I'm important too.
Yes, you are.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
you are.
something main character with limits. Something NPC with lots of limits.
While that's happening, I'll try contacting my wife. Hey, good luck contacting your wife.
Well, you see, on this page 4 right here, it just says the word because.
That's it.
That was funnier than it should have been. What the fuck?
I thought you were gonna do the Duke Nukem one where it's like, I have your peer pressure review. It says you're a bitch.
It's just all that pages is just because.
It's like middle font. Just nothing. Just on that page, it's like because.
I joined into because. What a good time to come in. Oh my god.
That's me.
Thank you, Bex.
That's me.
Hell of a speech.
Because.
Just because.
You know, I was on the debate team one time.
Sure that wasn't the mass debate team.
No, that was after.
Oh, shoot. I need to take some antibiotics. Hold on. I'm fucking dying.
They're like, Deathbat, your rebuttal? Why?
No, but why though?
But why though? But damn, they're good. They're good.
Oh, they're good. They're very good.
So are you Seekers of the Sun or Keeper of the Moon? I think
Whichever one invokes nap time.
both.
But
Both
oh
is the
damn,
answer.
well, I guess I'm a little bit of both.
Because of a little both.
Fuck.
Let me check the picture real quick.
I'm the seeker of nap time.
I think I am Moon. Yeah. Looks like I'm keeper of the moon.
I'll be right back.
I'm the seeker of nap time and the keeper of the honk shoe mimi.
Yeah. Gotta go.
Oh.
Am I getting better? Yes. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
Potato.
Potato.
Oh shit. No, you didn't see me. You didn't see me. You didn't see me.
Oh. Didn't see you, actually. You struggling over there, Bat? Is he okay? I sense the ceiling. Keeper of the moon.
Oh, they heard the flapping of my wings.
You sure it was
So I was
the
like,
flapping?
I was like, savage.
You sure it was the flapping of your wings and not the clapping of your cheeks?
No, I was sneaking in this house and sent me something. I was like, titties! Oh shit!
Hell yeah. Motherfucker. Titties. Good shit. Good shit with you. Fuck does the coffee go? Coffee thing. Is that an ingredient?
Drinks.
Well, I mean, it's not like made coffee though.
Is that
Oh, never mind.
Furby
It's
I'm
trying to
it.
get
Never
back.
mind. You're right.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh
I'll
my
never doubt you
god, the Furbies would scare me.
Is that Furby? What?
again. Furby? What the fuck?
little
Furby and
thing-
emotional
little,
breakdown? What? Okay.
Kind of miss my Furby though. I ain't
Furby
gonna
and
lie.
emotional breakdown.
Furbies are a
fuck?
thing.
Is that supposed to express the state of your mental health? Because my goodness, what a hellish place to be between a Furby and an emotional breakdown. Blinking at me. Throw it in the dumpster. Throw it in the
It's
fire if
frog
you can.
blinking at me. What? What? It's crazy. That's the taboo wife. How dare you call her a Furby? Well, actually, she's a
What?
furry. Yeah.
I have no idea what it is, but it represents my millennial state of mind. I'm just a mood, dude.
Ma, there's some cat frog thing blinking at me.
I'll keep fucking blinking at you too. Where?
Ma, there's a fucking cat outside. Ma,
Ma! Oh, that one.
Outside.
The
looks like
fucking
grandma.
cat looks like grandma.
I don't even think it's a cat. Funny thing is, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I am. Just in a different pattern. Looks like you're a motherfucking thing. Oh, shit. I think I have to unlock your specific hairstyle.
That's right. You have to unlock hairstyle. That's why I was like, where's the good
I
hair?
don't even think it's okay. I'm so
Oh,
glad
yeah.
Mike rated you last night. Now I'm your problem. Oh my god.
That you may have been bombarded.
What?
You are welcome to be my problem, you know.
Holy.
Whoa.
What? Time to hit the market.
So.
Oh my god.
Oh, why did I
What the
punch the
fuck?
box? Fucking
Holy.
stupid. This is fucking dummy. What the fuck am I doing? don't know what to do. Todd, here. Yeah.
I say
Testosterone
that.
extract. Never mind. I'll leave that alone. I'm just gonna be on my merry way. Actually, I'm gonna shoot my gun first. That'll be smart.
I'm hot.
Don't shoot my dang on gun.
Oh, shoot.
There we go. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be smart. I'm gonna pack for the road instead of just expecting to come back here in one piece. It'll help me survive. That might be smart.
Okay, I think that's good enough there.
I'll take some cat food with me. And some water.
This and then this.
Huh. Okay.
Is that who I think just loaded it up?
Oh my god.
Did the Rose?
Is that the rose? Is
Oh
the
my god, is she
rose?
finally awoken?
WG. 2 eggs.
Doth has awakened from thy slumber.
Is awaken. Awaken. Awaken.
Awakened
The land,
from
the much-
her
must be taken.
slumber.
Bam, 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 bam.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that listens to Death Clock.
I used to listen to that all the time in like high school. That was my shit.
I have was it Bat Metal to blame for as well, the animations.
Rise, rise.
Rise.
I'm Holland. Man, I want to talk to your bitch. Hey. I punched a random thing and there was a item behind it.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Yay, violence.
Uh-huh.
Mushroom beans. Mushroom beans.
So again, I forgot how much of a fun sound it is to hit a dead body with an axe and hear it go.
Oh.
These bodies out here for short.
Fancy injection. Poor little sheesh.
Alright, where are you, last zombie? Oh, I didn't go upstairs yet.
Alrighty.
Oh.
Was she
Oh yeah, I
joking there? That was the
remember
steroid
telling
for a horse
Maggie.
cat.
Yeah, I remember
Put the
telling
steroid in
Maggie
my
that I'm
cat.
gonna be doing 7 Days to Die. So yeah,
see my
here it
macaque?
is. Yeah, welcome, by the way. Yeah,
Just for a kick.
I hope you had fun in the game. Well, I mean, while I'm gaming, watching me game. I'm sorry, my brain is still loading up. I just woke up like 2 hours ago, and I just started drinking my matcha, so it's
That's
not
why I
yet
go to
fully
the
loaded up.
trainer
You know,
house
it's still
and
booting
just
up. Honestly,
go from
I'm just like
I
on
like that it's
auto
smart.
mode right now, like automatic looting stuff. Yeah. I hope everyone's having a good day today. Uh, but yeah, let's expect
Yes.
not too much energy for now.
Let's do this.
Yes, I'm
Let's go
still
to
trying to perk myself up.
motorcycle.
Alright, Mr.
Alright.
Stinky Man.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so sticky.
Was I half expecting when Zora asked, "Are you going to a mission?" You were gonna say, "Wouldn't you like to know whether potato?"
I guess I can't get jobs from him.
You might have to move to another area.
Thingy.
It's either that or you've met your quota for the day.
I haven't done anything. Go to Jane. Thingy.
I haven't done anything. Great job.
Wait, didn't she go into the burnt forest? Does she have a gas mask?
Yeah. You.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Yeah. It was given to me last time we played.
Very good.
Yeah,
very
I think
good.
Doc made us all one.
No, I don't have one.
What the fuck?
I'll just stay over here and choke, cough.
I'm sure you can ask for one. Burn the ash, anyways.
I think it's so satisfying when you hit a zombie on the head with a blunt weapon. You just see the head explode off the body. I also just like the fact that I'm using every time I use the stun baton. If it's not electrocuted, the more you hear it.
Gasoline.
Wait. Yes, sir? You okay? What happened?
Did you find something good?
Thank you to water collectors. Oh.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
What?
Mod is awake.
Oh, chunks of
Chaos shall be unleashed upon this world.
But they need to be loaded with empty jars.
There's a lot of inventories. Oh yeah, also we can make them. Yep. Yep. Yuppers. We are stacked.
The fat wads, yo.
We are geeked.
We're geeked. Is that what you just said? We're geeked.
Yeah.
The fucking video.
Fuck me.
Fuck me, I'm an idiot sandwich.
It's like, fuck me, I'm an idiot sandwich. Fuck off, you donut. Wee.
It's so bad.
Oh.
I couldn't help but laugh at it because it was also funny. Woo! So the monkey raided me last night. Now I'm your problem? Not you, Blink. Are you okay? It seems like your chat threatens you.
What? Oh my god. It's lagging.
I'm trying to figure out how to like decorate in Final Fantasy 14, but it's taking me a bit. Rouse.
Get in here. What are you doing?
Come here.
Oh my god. Thank you for the 8
Oh my
months.
god.
Thank you. Thank you for the continued support. I really appreciate it.
Base rose. Pretty plant wife.
Oh yeah, since you had to reinstall it, your game should be updated. I'm late as always, but you were asleep.
There's no such thing as late.
Technically, we didn't start at 2. We started at like 6.
We started fairly late.
Wow, imagine taking care of yourself. How could you?
We were like chilling, waiting for everyone to show up. They were watching rage videos.
Why?
Ooh, loot. Nice.
Ew.
Just a cup of tea with crackers. What kind of crackers? Are they the saltine ones? I love saltine crackers. Especially when you put like peanut butter in
Saltine.
between them, like a little sandwich. Oh my god. I'd be like, "This is the best thing ever." Why are they called saltine? Because they got salt on them.
They literally are saltines. Salty.
Or if you do like
They do be
But,
salty.
sardines
peanut
on 'em?
butter on saltines. Oh,
Yup.
such a good snack.
I'll go through 2
Delicious.
sleeves and not even realize I'm like, what?
Yup.
Where'd they all go? No. Snake killed Snake. Yo, bastard. I'll get him for this.
Snake found his stomach. So, where'd you go? I got lost. Oh, I see you. Well, I got distracted.
Sorry that I've been away mentally exhausted.
And now I'm stuck in a hole.
Yeah, take care of yourself. It don't matter. There will always be deathbat streams.
Where did it come from? Mother trucker.
You gotta take care of yourself first and foremost.
The fuck did
It's
I
a part of crackers,
do
cheese
come up?
crackers, jalapeno crackers, graham crackers, and
Looting
animal.
here.
Ooh. That was another thing. I was never big into s'mores, but I would just eat all the graham crackers. I was like, my favorite.
I've always wanted to try s'mores.
I think I've had them before, but I don't know. I think I didn't do the hype. Maybe some dark chocolate instead of milk chocolate.
Oh,
I just do dark chocolate with the graham cracker.
as I talked to me like that all the
Marshmallows
time.
between cookies, between graham crackers.
It's
It's like chocolate, marshmallow, and graham cracker.
Yeah.
Make like a little sandwich. Really good,
Over-
but
over campfire.
it's really sweet. It's a
Oh
sugary
yeah,
treat.
that's the thing. It's a lot of sweet. It's like, oh, I feel queasy.
Yeah, you eat more than maybe 2, and you're gonna be feeling tummy bubbles.
Don't tell me what I can and can't do. I'll eat all the s'mores I want.
So basically, at the bottom of my energy pit, I was thinking it was up this morning, so I grinded Borderlands 4 DLC with a friend. And my
So
attention
she
snapped
locked
away
us
and
out.
exhaustion made me
I see.
quietly leave. You just gotta work back into it. Wow, Seth, I'm finding your alright. Tee.
Uh-huh. Well. You can let it
Yeah,
go
the
back
most
to
important
morning.
thing is
Okay.
you gotta make sure to take care of yourself first and
Read
foremost.
it.
There was only
My
one
bike
of
is
you.
almost destroyed.
Why are there mods in the book?
Oh,
Did-
because those are
Nah.
probably blueprints.
Schematics. I
Yeah.
thought those still went to
Bologna.
the Bologna. I love Bologna. Oh, wait, no, I haven't had Bologna in forever.
Oh my god.
Wow, that's a crazy
Hi,
redeem.
Rose.
Who has that?
Ratito.
Oh my god, hi.
Maybe get one burrito. Oh, thank you.
Hi, Lab.
Hello. Hi, Rose.
Hi, Nicola. Hi,
Bats, I
Nachi.
want to show you
Hi,
something.
Brooke. Hi, Beth. Hi, Snake. Set and Zor.
No.
Hello. How was your
Like,
evening?
ooh, get
Yeah, you
off
can.
of me.
Like,
Dry, jerky motherfucker.
It got kicked out again.
No.
Nah.
Beth, your sir just hates me.
what?
He just hates me.
That's just bad. Keep kicking you for the fun of it.
You know how to
Would
do that?
never.
Oh, there you go.
Wah.
Ah,
They trying to get me in trouble.
okay.
Oh yeah, it's like you've done that to me it's countless times already.
Oh my!
Oh my god.
Poor little pretty boy.
It's not get you in trouble. What's the word?
Get me in trouble.
Spoiled you. No, spoiled.
By getting me in trouble.
Spoiled.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, yes.
poor guy.
I'd be like, oh no, give the snake some attention, make them blush,
this
make them.
poor little guy. My poor, poor snake. What? You don't get enough attention? Hmm.
Didn't say that.
No. Oh my god. That's him.
Oh,
So much for the follow. Oh my god.
Oh, Rose.
Snake!
Sit butts.
It has been a while. Wow, wow.
Hiya, fire.
What?
Let me in. Why you not letting me in?
Rattle
There's
it.
a baby lock on the gate and I can't get it.
Hey, what do you mean, baby dog? Oi!
What the fuck? Sit down. Sit the fuck down. Get out.
Zoro, I'm gonna bite your hand, Zoro.
You're farting.
Does anybody
what
want a
is
level 3
that?
tactical assault rifle?
Ooh.
Zoro, I'll eat you. Swear to God, I'll eat you.
I'll eat you.
I'll eat you.
I find it
I'll
was
fry
scavenging.
you. I'll fry you. I'll turn you
Fry.
into fried
Boil.
I swear to God.
Roast. Grill. Mash. Everything.
I swear to God. This
Boil 'em,
stinky
mash 'em, stick 'em in a
potato. Okay, why I'm like you so bad? Huh?
There is like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us now. 2, 3.
I'm spraying out.
No, that'd be 8. I forgot to count myself.
You can try and grab one of the splints from the medical boxes if you're back home.
Oh no.
Someone needs the medical run to the Tabby.
The medical.
Where's my... Oh my god.
Brained. This one- Oh, thank you.
This is gonna be fun, maybe.
Oh, buffs. There it is.
Cannot use that at this time. Oh, it's because it's just a sprain.
Can I use that as like, drive it? What is this? Sharp or a blade trap bundle?
Cannot use that at this time. Damn. That's fine.
Ah, it's the set.
Oh, Bats, where are you? Oh, you there? Come with me.
Wait. Okay.
Beth,
What?
why do you have what the fuck do you have arms and a pig head on your back? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I found it.
It
Found it.
stinks! No wonder the house was stinking! Oh my god!
I mean, I could change into this.
What?
Is it? Right. I can do this.
Hey, Beth, my nail gun dropped. Can you, like, grab it for me? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me? Why you looking towards us?
Is your file full too?
Oh, I was trying to give you
Oh
these.
boy.
Whoa!
No.
God
The
damn.
active one. We're not having good fucking outfits in this game, huh?
This one's actually free.
Say thanks. If it's just one, I can handle it just fine.
Did I already bring the level 3 tactical sword from there? I swear. Or did someone take it out of my bike?
I haven't done nothing.
Ooh,
I'm just
that
a
looks
little
good.
guy. Ooh. Hunt level. Oh. Hunt
Looks good, cat.
knife.
With really clean lines.
Lines. Clean. Ew. I'm just kidding. You can have clean lines. Have your lines however you want your lines.
Put the lines in the bag.
Put the lines in the bag.
Put the money in the bag. Put it
Put it in the bag.
Sir, it says this card's just expired.
Oh.
Who's got to start reading books? Start reading, you nerds.
I don't know how to read. I'm a plant.
Ow.
I don't need to. I only live in pattern, humans, and humans.
Ammo.
Bless you.
Listen.
Egg. I sniff a plant today.
Snuffer.
A sniffer?
I'm gonna beat you up tomorrow.
Bruh. What's that?
Did my voice just so weird? Just so weird.
Nope.
Thank you for the shoutouts. I saw them when I was about to start my stream.
Yeah.
You're streaming?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Get here.
Get it!
Let me in.
Knock.
Let me in. I'm rattling the iron bars. Let me in.
Where's my...
Ow.
Oh, buka.
I'm so slow to draw and everything.
The fuck?
Why does it say I'm only sleeping when I clicked on your name?
What? There's no way. I did the category. What do you mean?
You said no. Oh.
More potato plant. Nice. I got every
Oh my God.
potato plant. It's good.
What are you doing?
The plant?
Oh my god.
The plant. The potato plant.
Being confused. Yeah, me too, dude.
The stinky potato.
No way, dab me up.
Dab me up. I am also feeling of the confused. I just wanted to break that. I have no other reason.
Wake up!
I woke up. That's why I'm here. I
Oh,
totally
yeah.
not like what 4, 5 hours late? 6 hours?
It's
How many
gonna be
hours I'm late?
fine.
Did you get the invite?
Oh, what was broken for you?
Oh,
My arm
I
is
got it,
sprained. Not broken, sprained. Oh my god.
I'm here now.
Gross.
I think this is the most shared chat I've had.
Oh my god.
God, God.
Dummy!
Oh, but it's about to go away. There it goes. It's gone.
You are thirsty and hungry though.
Your bike? My bike.
Oh,
Oh, I left my bike. Uh-oh.
oh my god. Hello, Tribulation. Thank you for the follow. What's up?
Get it, Sora. Get it.
Are you playing Hunt right now? Are you killing people on the bio?
In the bayou.
The bayou? Bayou.
Be by you.
Looney
By
Tunes has
you.
Sora. Love that. Oh, fuck.
I'm fucking blind.
Birds, man.
There you go.
Birds? Birds?
Bar.
Bird.
But the birds.
Nugget.
Thank you. I'm glad that you got that because I can't. What the hell? Oh.
On the bright side, I'm so low energy. that I'm
Damn!
mellow.
My ass so fat,
Yeah.
I destroyed the fucking floor. That's crazy. The game literally told my ass I'm fat.
I mean, you really have a cake factory over there, you know? When...
Damn. Rose will be like, no, let me see.
I mean, I just need to ask myself, like,
Fat
Look,
ass.
that's like-
Now sitting up. Careful with this ass.
Neuron activated.
Nice. Oh.
done for you. Only for the lives in the harem. I'm sorry.
That's true.
And the husbandos, of course.
Oh, of course. Billion's gotta get his booty bongos.
Oh my gosh, there's so many armored up books.
I think you're gonna be in danger before you even reach that honorable day.
Probably.
I have a pitchfork and a freaking. Oh, that's not. Hi! What?
You like stopped mid sentence.
There. Much better.
You know what? I've only just realised this, but the group that we've got right here now, Doc's the only normal person here. Avatar-wise.
Yeah.
Doc's just a little guy.
It's like, oh, you got a snake, you got a fox potato, you got a mouse, you got a bat, you got a vampire, a butterfly, you got a plant, you got a necromancer, and then you got Doc
Hey,
the Doctor.
demon plant, mind you.
What
The
the-
demon plant,
It's just-
not just a plant.
It's just
You're not. You fucking stinky potato. Shut the fuck up. I'm not a
Salad.
Thank.
salad.
Hey, wait, you get a salad, that means
It's
you're going to go
crazy.
with the salad, a potato salad.
A salad.
Oh shit.
A salad.
There. Much better.
Duct tape. Nice.
Don't make me use my cheats and do slash kill you in-game potato.
Oh, you want me to stretch?
Yeah.
Wow. You're asking for it. Calling me a fucking salad? Do I look like a motherfucking salad to you,
You could be.
bitch? You need fucking glasses.
Well, I hate to break it to Zara, but you're giving Set more reasons to kill you.
Oh, what happened to my game? Oh, there we go.
What the hell is happening?
Oh,
I'm
thank
just
you for
trying
the
to
high bay, Doc.
stretch. Whoa. That's Zoro. I gotta do your things. I'm sorry. Thank you for protecting me, bro. I appreciate it.
Wee wee wee.
Really? Right in front of my pumpkin seeds?
Did you see that,
I
Nucky?
mean, I can't help
It's
it.
time to hydrate with
You're
some
behind.
Kirkland
Dog!
purified
Yeah, thank you for the
You
water
should be putting them back shots on me
using
in my
code
garden.
NDMOO.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
Are you seeing my boo boos? I got 3 boo boos in my hand.
You go what?
Healing.
Cat food.
That's a huge fucking knot, dude.
You have booby hands?
I have boo boos in my hand.
Yeah,
Zara bonked me while I was asleep to wake
I
me up.
have boo boos on my
Big
hand.
wow.
Oh,
The
boo-boos,
fuck
huh?
yeah, that's-
You need to go to that hospital.
Can I get some healing,
Winnie had
please?
Junior.
Not just kidding.
We need a general.
Yeah, that's what. Winnie had general.
Oh, Rose, no. Ow. What did I do? Hi, Rose.
You know what's the bonking for? You know what's the bonking for?
Hi, wife.
Can I be invited to the party?
What? Wow. Yeah, we can
Oh
do that.
my god, Shadow. Oh my
I
goodness.
forgot I'm not in the party. Oops.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was healing.
You know what? That's become so like ingrained in mine and Nicola's thingy. Every time Nicola asks me to do something or asks if I want to do something, I just tell her to go, what? What? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Mm.
I'm just
Yeah,
like,
okay.
alright.
Shadow, what are you doing there? Just kidding.
He ran past me. It wanted nothing to do with me. Woman hater.
Shadow.
Woman hater.
Part of the Woman Haters Club. He's a vegetarian. Okay. Fuck, dude. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm a pro gamer. Look at me. I missed you, sweet little face. Mwah.
Oh my god, I smell Nogipi again. Oh my god, baby.
I
Yeah,
miss my
mush.
wife too. Precious
Yeah.
wife, my beautiful wife. The sunshine of my life.
Who, me? No, that's you.
Yeah, not you.
Not you.
Not you.
It's both of you. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god! Can you like note?
Oh,
Oh
okay,
my
okay,
god.
okay.
Thank you.
Oh
Doc.
my god.
Oh my god.
If you
It's
have some
fucking one of
luscious
yous.
ass. If
That was
you
what
have
I-
some
that was-
luscious ass.
I was already defied by this guy. I was like,
I'm back.
ugh. Could you not?
Ew.
Ew. Man.
Men. Disgusting. I can't say that though. Especially as necromancer. I can't say that. Oh, get off of me, you foul creature. Ew. Ew. God, I'm gonna die to a stupid fucking bird, dude. What the hell? Die.
Eat shit.
I am so. shit at this game.
It was really bad because as soon as you said that, my brain was like, yeah, you're right. I am pretty disgusting.
Shut
Wow.
You.
How dare you?
You.
Hey, no. Let me finish.
Stab Snake
You
under his
better hurry it up,
fingernails.
pretty boy. Go on.
What are you gonna say? Is because I feel like shit today. Like I feel like I'm groggy as fuck.
Yeah, but that doesn't excuse you. No. Nuh-uh. Mister.
Bad.
There's
Bad.
shame on you.
Huh?
Bad.
Bad. Very bad.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god. They're in the walls.
Yeah, no, that's bad. Not bad.
They're in the walls.
Whoops.
Not everything's about
Oh.
I don't want it to be. No.
I don't want it to be. You know what? Felt, dude. Mood. Me either.
fun there is.
I should hope she is.
She just hit me with a pickaxe. That's why.
Oh, no.
Oh, my smelly beautiful rose, I
Get
miss
out
you
of,
so
get
much.
out of her way.
You're
The fuck?
smelly.
Smelly?
Fuck you. Hi, Mr. Dokuma. Hope you're doing okay.
Silly fucking snake. Just cut in the forehead.
Okay, y'all need to give me an explanation in what happened in this house right now.
I mean,
What do you mean?
The bed is damaged. Who did the deed and
I have
damaged
no
the bed?
idea.
Oh my
Um,
goodness.
my lawyer said
Bad?
I can't
Did
ask.
it?
Oh
My-
man.
My
What?
lawyer said
It's
I'm
going
not allowed
great.
to do anything.
Oh no.
Damn.
Oh my gosh.
Do I want to know?
Honey. They had a
I just said it's
runner.
gonna
They had
break
called
apart.
PD.
Oh, they had runners.
Uh-huh.
Stop.
Smelly been at work for 8 hours and got 10 more to go. Oh my god. Time to dragon gacha.
Dragon gotcha.
Dragon gotcha? I want a dragon to gotcha me.
Oh?
Why not good
Oh.
enough?
What the fuck?
Oh god.
what
it
the
looks even
fuck am I
more
hearing?
ugly. What have you done to it? No. It's so ugly.
I-
It looks like a sick dragon with pimples, red pimples everywhere. It's so ugly. What did he do to you?
Come on, boy. You know what? I'll find you.
It's so
It's
goddamn
so
ugly.
It's fucking ugly. My dog was ugly. I have a ugly. You know what?
Why is the clay thing jammed?
I am gonna put it on Zoro's head. There you go.
What do we do if it's
No.
jammed? Do we gotta pick it? Lock it?
Wait, which is Jim?
The clay storage?
Nah, dude, you gotta add some peanut butter in there. And
I
make it
actually
jam.
already locked it. Oops.
Add some peanut butter. How do I add something I already ate? I ate all the peanut butter.
You
Push you eat all the
fat-
peanut butter back.
I love peanut butter.
Peanut butter's so good.
Oh, I love peanut butter.
Oh, I love peanut butter.
Wow, Viva. Peanut butter. What? Ew, no, that's what you eat, potato.
Yak. Gross.
And my health is.
It's like
Oh my god.
It's
Health.
Oh,
my arm again.
just can't believe.
My arm hurts again.
Honestly, just. Oh, wow. Hey, I
Why did
remember
I
that
come
thing.
back to weird stuff with peanut butter? Is it because? Yes.
Because what?
Peanut butter.
Because these nuts.
Huh?
These.
No, let me see.
Hey, you're lying. Let me see.
You're lying. Let me see.
I have to investigate. I have to ensure you're not lying to me.
Why would I ever lie to you?
To keep the peanut butter to yourself.
I don't like,
Yeah, greedy bastard.
Yeah,
I don't like peanut butter.
Oh.
Even more reason you're like, if I can't like it, nobody can.
What awful maniac do you think
A snack type.
What was it again? Somebody said like a legless iguana.
That's a thing.
Oh my god, hybrid.
Legless.
Legless iguana. Oh, that's wild to me. How's it going, Britt? Can I get a shout out for Brittany, please? If one of my mods is here, pretty please. If not, I will get you to momentarily.
You alright?
Sometimes I just get
Damn it!
I blame you. What did I even do?
Hi, dog. What's going on?
Hey, man? You look. What happened to you?
I got
health is
electrocuted.
Your health is so tanked, man.
I got electrocuted.
Okay, well, what do you need? What's going on with you?
I got an arm sprain that's going away in like 18 seconds, and I'm hungry.
What the?
Okay, here.
Ah, okay. It's like,
There's
what's
this.
going on outside?
Seth's going apeshit with the chainsaw.
Get some water.
Yeah.
Turns out the wall licorice is spicy.
Turns
Kind of know.
licorice is spicy.
I
That would be
was-
like a thing hard candy would say.
I call it the forbidden spaghetti.
Wow, wow,
If you're gonna pickaxe me on the bed.
Oh. Okay.
Damn.
Why'd you sound like that?
You broke the bed.
You sound like that. You like.
Rose was pickaxing me and broke the bed.
I can't help it. I pickaxe too hard.
She was digging.
He was picking but not axing.
Jackson.
What do you think I am, a tool?
Oh no. Bug zappers are not fleshlights. Noted and ignored. Okay. Not my problem, dude. I do not condone your actions.
What were you? What were you?
As the caller would put it, not my circus, not my monkeys.
I always heard, not my pig, not my farm.
Bug zappers are
Pretty
not
bad.
flashlights? What?
Pretty bad.
Okay.
No, you.
What?
No, you.
I
Maybe-
missed.
maybe-
There ain't no way. Where the fuck is my body?
Okay.
There
It
it
is
is.
time for me to work continue host.
Where's my body?
Okay.
Inside out, 2 meters away.
Oh, mine's a football. Look, they're dropping us
Oh
presents.
my god.
Hope
I
mine's a football.
really need a repair kit for this bike.
Why are they exploding?
My friends call me Coach. Coach Caroline.
Hi. Which one was mine? Where's my bike? My motorbike. My
Man,
The
I-
one that doesn't say, the one that says Rose.
I got a new gun. Huh?
There's no name on it! What do you mean?
fact that you took your while to reply told me that you looked.
I'm taking a random one. One.
Hey! Put my bike
It
down.
was
Bike down.
it was like that one time in Toxic Commandos when you were trying to show off your gun skin and like called you out on it.
I did not do such thing.
Thank you, Zoro.
You lie so hard. You have no other reason to walk up to me and be like, "Hey, Doc," and you like kind of move slightly to the left and right, showing the gun a bit. And I'm like, "Were you just trying to show me your gun skin?" And then you went crouched into a corner and you're like, "No."
No.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. You're like,
No.
"No."
I will never do that. No.
No.
Oh, shall I make the new host here?
Talking about the traders, Zora? They should be open here in a couple minutes.
Oh, I'm just gonna make.
We need to make a house near the other trader, which is Trader Jen.
Oh, then I
a
need.
base. So we can have a base in there.
I need a character. I need a
Oh
car.
yeah. By the way, Doc, you need to make a burn suit for the gas mask for Bats because he hasn't got one.
No, right?
And for anybody else that doesn't have one, I think everybody else has one, right? Just Bats that doesn't have one.
I only
think
have a
Seth-
smoke jar.
I think Set can make one too. If Set's at the house, because I'm not there.
I still want to know who traumatized that green-eyed cat. Hey. One of my child wants to know who traumatized you.
Who traumatized me? Well, plenty of people traumatized me. I've lived a long life. Be a little more specific. Oh, hi.
Hey.
How's it going? Looks like you don't have no? I don't know.
Your bike should be fixed.
Yes.
I'm stealing all the wood from home. Thank you. Stealing all the
Wait.
iron and the stuff.
Well, another
who's-
wonderful morning in
think that
the
was Zora's.
apocalypse. How can I help you?
Maybe.
Well, that one
Zoro's
should be
in there,
fixed.
fine.
That one should be fixed now.
Okay. Thank you.
I repaired 2 bikes.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I think one of them that was very, very.
Need some work?
Ditch.
I
That
need some
was quite-
commissions. This is dangerous work,
I'm not at the house.
but I believe you
Ah,
can
okay.
handle it.
Sad.
It's sad.
Dad, can you come home and
Sad.
make me a car? I need to move.
I made you a 4x4. It's in one of the workbenches.
Wow!
How goes the apocalypse? It's about as shitty as it ever was. But having people around to try and help survive helps.
Sharky!
We have any time.
Hi, Sharky. Hope I saw what you put in the chat. I'm sorry you have to deal with it.
English. Chippy. Oh my god.
How goes the apocalypse?
Miguel.
Variety.
Are you eating cars too? Kind of. I like the tires.
I like the rubbery taste.
Ow! I stepped in the freaking bike.
What?
Oh my god. Why is the cat always this fucking
I
huge?
put drink in it. You just hold
It's
beyond.
locked.
It's locked.
Yeah.
What? I didn't lock it. That's weird.
I did it again.
Yeah.
I drove past the sign that says Luigi's Authentics and thought it said Luigi's Autistics.
Oh my god.
Oh. Sit
I
in it.
have a pink card. The scale.
You can sit in it now, Zoro. You can sit in the back. Gonna move back there. You silly.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, definitely can't wait for a for a Sharky stream.
Oh yeah, it's been crazy. Probably gonna get me there.
Night
I
ring.
should probably make more food. I need to make food for the babies.
The puppy.
The babies. My babies. My baby. Beautiful baby.
Yeah.
If you want.
It's been crazy. Probably gonna get my nerves down. I mean, I can try to play with you. But
I just can't fall asleep. I'm home.
uh-huh.
Ooh, nice
I
car,
can't get
pink.
quest. Because I ask if anyone has any jobs, and it just says next.
It's because you have one active.
Have to find it on the map.
I see.
We need more water. I cannot cook because we don't have enough water. Is that
we
the
should-
May? Is that the child?
It's on the drinks, right? Should be.
Yeah, there's a load of water in the drinks.
Alright, May. You're scared of me.
Hi, May.
No, normal water. We are all
Ooh,
normal
tactical
water.
warfare. Nice.
Oh, there's a load of normal water in the drinks box, I swear.
Come here! Look at it!
I'm out on a mission. I can't look at it.
Loud! Chet, look at the drinks. And tell this snake that there's no normal
Look,
water.
I'll tell you what I thought when I was there, okay? You sassy.
Yeah. Ayo?
You silly plant. Uh-oh. He's coming to yell at me. That's just funny.
Oh, the bean.
Bean's yelling.
Never makes it on my own.
Go back. No. Come on. I really don't feel like yelling at the cat.
I'm gonna give you
Can you do
5
the
big
again?
booms. Boom, 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 boom.
Hell yeah, please.
I catch a glimpse of heaven.
Ooh. Bean. Oh, he
Yes.
bounced
Yeah.
around a little.
Yeah, it's all good.
I trusted
I
you.
need. Is there new armors that I can get? Great, my
honey.
stuff. I need a rogue outfit.
Damn, such pretty eyes.
Might be back here with this you built. I'll be fine. Yeah, I was just testing how,
Hi, that's nice.
how you're sitting.
Oh.
Oh.
Bartholomew. Fee
Fuck
fi
by this,
Bartholomew. You better cease and desist.
What did I do to you?
You better cease.
Yeah.
Ow,
Oh, show that tree who's boss. That one too.
That one too.
Alright, grab some food from home too so I don't starve on my journey.
There's cars, now trees. Someone feed this man.
I'm fucking hungry.
Hungry.
The war axe fears him. Like, what's the man doing? He's just cutting down trees, right? I mean, that sounds pretty bad to you guys. He's eating them. What?
He's eating these trees.
It's like that one anime scene. I forgot what it's called, but a dude that eats like his wooden pencil. He drops it and he's like, oh, thanks for getting it. He ate my pencil. What person eats a wooden number 2 pencil? And then he pulls out his pencil case and drops a fuck ton more just on the table. The guy ate it, looks at it, content, continues. He grabs them all and just starts going at it. He's like, what kind of fucking man is this? He was like, it's like, who the fuck is this guy?
Wow. God. Appreciate the ride. What are you doing, Bet?
Sorry. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Yeah. I remember seeing that and I fucking wheezed so hard from that.
Where did all the water go? Oh my god.
That shit was so fucking funny. It's like he ate my pencil. Oh my god! Why he was getting shit from the storage?
That's for calling me a fucking salad! Hey, Bet, can get me back into the party.
No.
Alrighty now. Alrighty now. Come here.
That is crazy.
Oh hey.
You see those sick moves?
I did, dude. Goddamn. Freaking Tony Hawk Pro Skater out here.
Good night.
Good night,
Good
fire.
night, fire.
Good night.
Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding, fucking sticky potato? Where are you hiding, huh? Where are you hiding? Get the fuck out! Now! You're in the fucking
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Bambi.
What are you shooting my fucking car for?
Sorry, I thought you were a potato.
Do I look like him?
Kinda?
Man, you need some glasses or something.
I already have glasses, but I need new ones.
Oh, that's fair.
It will
I
soon.
need glasses for -7.
I probably should be wearing mine, but man.
Whoa.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking screaming fucking bitch!
-7 is crazy.
Get out!
Do we have more repair kits? Nope, we're running low on those.
Oh my
Again.
gosh, she screamed again. Get out.
Where's
We
all
need-
the iron?
Over here.
In my blood.
Give me your blood.
Where?
The iron to smoke.
Iron.
Porno costs too much.
Sorry, I meant the forged iron.
Oh.
Astro! Oi! Oi! I'm bleeding!
Fantastic for you.
Wait, I need quests.
I'm bleeding.
To
Ow, 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 ow,
where
ow,
to
ow, ow,
go.
Oh, what the huh? That sounded way too close, and like it happened on my back. Why is my back wet? Why is my back wet and warm? What's happening?
You may have clapped.
I'm scared.
You may have Zoro's cranium on your back.
Rose, watch out!
Oh my god, right to sleep!
That was close.
You're asleep!
Hey, Rose, watch out! Did we use all the forged iron, or did someone just have it all?
I love that.
You bitch!
I also contributed to it, okay? I say it's for the new host.
I'm trying to make repair kits.
It's from the captain.
It's satisfying.
Ow, ow, ow.
Why are you punching me? I'm just trying to make more for the. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna make more duct tape. Oh. That's kind of low. Do we? Jesus Christ!
What's going on over there? Everything good? Got it. Yeah.
Just looking. I'm gonna die.
Oh my gosh, this is so
Oh my goodness.
That noise, did you hear that? Is fuck. Fuck, dude.
Dude. You're so scared.
Oh my god. Fucking. I think what made me laugh was fucking Zoro got like knocked by the sledge and just fucking just got stuck there until he died. Just It was almost like you just accepted that. You were just like, yep.
This is
alright."
my life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Oh my burp.
Burpage?
Uh-huh.
Hi,
Yeah.
Cuckoo.
Yeah.
Hi,
Really?
Cuckoo.
Tell me more.
I'd really like to hear it. I'm invested, actually.
The fuck is happening while
Oh
I'm
my
doing
God.
something? It's crazy.
A good headshot.
I think more than that just happened. Fuck's sake, man. They heard that.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hi. Uh-huh. How's it going? Hmm. You being good? Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah? Really?
Brother.
I'm running! Run!
Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
Hello, Shadow.
Hey, why are you running? Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Why are these mushroom spores like on their side?
I got the car stuck!
Hey, we're in the drive.
Sayonara, bitch!
I have no idea what's happening.
They're playing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Live in the same house as you at dinner? Not if we take you out before the dinner!
We're gonna Mickey D's. Shit, we're going cat.
Hey, we're going to Mickey D's.
Uh-huh.
Where the fuck did it came from?
I was gonna really say, I was gonna be like, shut the fucking horn.
Really? Tell me more.
This
Yeah, tell me
fucking
more.
stinky potato. Fucking rotten potato.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Damn.
I saw you were on the fucking can. My question is, where did it came from?
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Who the fuck is on me?
Nicola wasn't taken? Really?
Huh?
For your Final Fantasy thingy.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah. And my brain was just like, huh? One brain cell. Oh, hello.
The
Oh my
fuck?
god.
I tried to shoot potato, but someone was blocking, so they became the bullet sponge for Zoro.
You shot and bullet, huh?
How could you?
That's a bad. You might be back to the party.
I did.
You did not. Oh, you did.
You fucking lie. You say that as you hit accept.
No, you didn't. What the? You're right here. You what?
Mother!
Hi, Shatter.
Hey, you lying, bitch.
Alright, I'll be right back. I've got to pee.
We're just chilling here, you know.
Oh my god, mother, hi! Hi, mother! How you doing,
So
mother?
you slide the door box. Yeah, I'm gonna get me a drink. So I'll be right back also.
If you did not follow the Ninja Song, you should go and follow them to making amazing art.
What?
Like what we were.
Helldivers 2 mentioned.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's a
Just
Valentine.
finished playing
Hi,
Helldivers. How
Valentine,
was
darling.
fighting for democracy? For liberty.
Let me save me.
For
Democracy enforcement.
liberty.
Hell fucking yeah.
Hi, Valentine. How you doing, darling? You eat well? I slept like a fucking
Super
bear. Took me
HD,
forever to wake up.
god dang. That's for sure hard.
Oh my god. Just subscribe for 6
Just gonna
and got
play a
used
bit
to
more
remain on
Valentine.
the sing side.
No worries, eat well.
Valentine, darling. Mwah. So how you doing today, mother? Did you make any more amazing art? Hmm? Because I was showing some of the peps, the preview of the stream you had yesterday. With the Wawa
I have to make macaroni salad for Easter. Oh my god. Nice. I approve.
Pet.
Huh?
Nothing yet, DM. Go. Yeah, you fucking did it so fucking nice.
Oh yeah, I was
Mother.
lurking.
Hmm?
I was lurking in that stream.
Oh. Yeah, see? You were watching every step of that cooked art.
I was checking in here and there. I was like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh
Mother,
my
you need to
god.
teach me how you did the shadow and the lighting on the bunny outfit. Looks amazing.
My mac salad is great, but actually it's but I like it. Hey, don't eat them! No, Kirby.
You can push people now.
Wait, what happened? Hi, Nancy. Come with me, I'm kidnapping you. Why? My bag! I forgot about my bag.
Where are you going?
I pushed Duck into the ground. Oh? See? This is why I'm saying we should totally just kill the potato. Where's my bag? You take my bag? Girl,
No. My
you took my bag, didn't you?
Oh my god.
Where is my bag? Did someone pick it up? Oh, never mind.
Where's my Drake?
What? Oh,
Drink.
no, come here. Come here. Look up. This is where my fucking bag landed.
Oh my god, funeral is
Bruh.
crazy. Nice name.
Nachi, what are you?
Just in the city nearby. Just gonna loot here
Wait, what the-
nearby.
Where the fuck did you put dog? Oh my... You glitched dog into the fucking wall. And
That
this
is
cobblestone.
crazy.
That's cobblestone.
That is crazy.
What the fuck did he even? Oh my god, I can see his head to the fucking wall. Look.
The poor dog.
Zoro, you fucker. That's can be banned, Zoro. This is plating bags. If Lasky's not dying. Yeah, he got lucky. Can you even get up there? Gonna hope, yeah. Typical potato moment. Ah. Why? Snake! Snake! Why did the snake do that? I don't know what he said. I need to make the
What the fuck?
Next to Trader
Next.
Jane.
I don't think I have the Trader Jane. Or why no? There's two Trader Jane. One is like 1.3 kilometers and another is at 2.5 kilometers. Ow.
Ooh,
Gonna
dude,
make
snacks.
Okay, Zara. You're gonna have to help me with the hose.
Oh god.
Fucking music scaring me? What music? I'm not gonna just stuck shadow. I'm a swore plan. Shooting that.
Oh my god, a hydrate.
Hydrate.
Stretch your beautiful wings.
No, owly. Why? What?
Woke up.
You
Put
bonk
your
me, then you
finger
make
away,
me drink
woke up.
water. It's crazy.
I don't want to have sex with you right now, woke up.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Oh my god. That's the sniffer.
Oh my god, that just smells today.
I smell like ramen, right? I'm eating ramen. Yes.
Ooh.
It makes
Because
me
you keep
wanna eat.
bonking me now. I have three big bumps in my head.
Yeah, because you don't love me no more.
No, that's not true.
Yeah. Because baby, I love you, love you, love you, love you, love you, love you.
Money. Money.
Oh, bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Whoa. Is that a smudge?
I thought someone killed a chicken.
Matt, can you
For a
open your
second.
armor?
I'm running in circles.
Like this?
Hey.
Smudge is playing instead.
That's good. Maya he, Maya who, na na na, na 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 na.
Let's take the plane.
Why do we have like all sandwich in the mats too?
Oral.
I see.
Shit.
Aye, why do you move? There you go. Aye. There you go. Oh my god.
Could it be the smoke here for you? Okay. Workbench 3. Thank you.
Together
God.
Hi, Nachi.
Hi, Carvin. Oh my god. Good morning.
Every time I see that name, I always think of like 40k. Corbin Corax.
Corbin.
The Primarch of the Raven God. Also, I'm what now? Corbin Crow. It's
There's
it
many
reminds
of
me of
you,
the
yeah.
reminds me of the Primarch of the Raven Guard, whose name is Corvin Corax.
Classic.
Warhammer stuff. Listen here, you feral dog. No, thank you.
We kinda need more clothes. Fragments.
Clothes?
Or cloth
What kind of
fragments.
Cloth fragment.
Oh,
Whose
cloth fragment.
mission is this? Oh, I'm on
Are
your
you after
mission right
streamers
now,
right now?
Rose.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, there.
Oh my god.
Oh my
It's my
god.
life.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yes.
Oh.
Rose, I'm on your mission right now. If you wanna do it, okay? I'm just gonna clear it right now so we get more loots.
On my mission.
Yeah, in the town right now.
Oh my
In
god. Okay.
your-
I was getting ready
one of
to
your-
build a new house. I'll come there.
No worries. No.
Which one was mine?
No
Oh my god.
rush. Oh my lag.
That's a huge bitch.
Okay, I found it. Don't worry, people. I know how to drive. Shut the fuck up, Zoro.
Zoro is a big stank. Don't mind his stankiness, you know. He's just being a big stank.
Fucking walking skunk's potato.
Have mercy on your motorcycle? Nerd? What do you mean?
Oh! Oh! Oh. Bike almost got stuck.
Sí, perfect parking.
Hello. I'm just clearing it out and looting, and then we can do the mission itself again.
Oh my god.
Hi,
Oh,
Mom.
girl.
Wow.
Hello.
What the fuck? Are you okay? Are you okay? I heard the zapping and I'm like, what the fuck? Rose electrocuted herself again and again. Oh my god, Rose! No! Don't do that, please. Take care of yourself.
It shakes all my muscles in my body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Rose! Oh my goodness. Don't die on us, okay? You're about to die. Go heal yourself, please.
I'm okay. I got this. I'm a professional killer. My bones feel like they're new.
That's good. I'm glad that your bones feel like they're new.
Your mostly bones.
Thank you for the follow, Corinne.
Thank you for the follow.
Just clearing this out.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. I electrocuted myself too.
See, I told you it's so good for the bones and muscles. Like,
Yeah, it's so good for the balls, honestly.
You. Come back. Thanks.
Oh my god.
Rose eliminated herself.
Rose, oh my god. No, Kirby, no, no.
You were me and I chose me.
Look, I'm not saying no to a good fucking message, okay?
You are your own demon plant. You can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Wild.
Okay, well, that was fun.
Why are my leggings?
My precious.
Radioactive are strong, yeah.
Oh my god. There's a Nazi behind this wall.
I think I'm in the wrong house. I'm in the wrong house. Yep, I'm right in the wrong house. Whoops.
Oh my god.
Open this bitch. Nah, it's taking a long time. Never mind. Wait, I'm gonna put this on my motorcycle real quick. I'm full.
Motorcycle.
Hola. Hola. No, my vending machine is gone. hello.
What's going on? Hmm? Who's a good
Well,
player?
you
You're a good player. Good. Good. Yes. Oh. Oh. Oh, hi.
Hi. Oh my.
Wild.
Oh my. Oh my, oh my. She's a pretty lady. Oh yeah, so pretty. I just lost into your eyes.
Oh.
Wow. Wow, viva. Wow, viva. Look at these precious, Nicole. Yeah, she's so precious. Awawawa. Awawawa. Must protect. Must protect. Awawawa. Awawawa. I'm cuddling you. Snuggle, snuggle, snuggle.
Oh, God.
Snuggle.
Oh, God.
Ew. Yeah, we had signs from forever. But I hear Nachi doing.
Just demolishing everything. Oh my god. Big.
Aha! Hey Nachi, you wanna look behind me? He was vomiting on me. What the? Okay, he was getting stuck into something apparently.
No.
No, no.
Hope your friends are still okay. Yeah, they're okay. Yeah, yeah. They're good.
I think we're okay.
Yeah.
So,
We are never
so.
okay. What do you mean?
always okay.
Yeah, we are crazy. We never okay. We are crazy, and we love it. We love it. We're loving it.
I'm lagging.
Damn,
Remember,
you
if
didn't
you
have to
say so.
that. But you're right. I never claimed to be okay or not okay. I'm just a little guy.
Ooh, I got a wheel. Nice.
Oh, thank you.
What?
Bus failed.
You No. It's okay.
I don't care. You're not the
Nom,
first
nom, nom.
person I've disappointed, and you will not be the last. Edgy, edgy, edgy.
Man, shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
Oh, Duck is back.
You shut the fuck up.
Hey, Duck.
Aw.
You like your new spot with the host?
Wait, me being inside the wall? Yeah, I got out pretty easily.
Yeah, Zoro showed you the hole.
I just jumped out. I was like, oh, neat. Leave. Doo-doo coding. Yeah, kind of for real.
I gotta go there, around there.
Well,
Now it's time
behavior.
for me to drive.
Well, behavior company took them over now. So maybe we get more coding done.
We're
More,
done the
like,
DVD
updates.
spaghetti code.
Oh, you mean the trash coding we're gonna get from their fucking game to this game now?
I don't think their coders are gonna work for all this game. I think they're just gonna support the creators with money so they can hire more fucking people.
That's what they say for now.
I wish it wasn't last fucking Riot.
We found a wheel.
Hey,
Yeah, good boy.
going pretty good.
That's good. Happy to hear.
Imagine having a fucking big cool skin in this game.
Well, meltdowns. It's good.
They always say that you buy the Miku skin. They always say, and then they go, "We made this game for fun."
Okay, I finished eating my soup one.
Ray gun for $27.99.
Oh, wait! Come back! Come back! Come back! I gotta start this quest. Come back.
Have we loaded it already, everything?
Yeah? I can start it now. Why, darling? Why?
Okay, Zoro.
Okay, Zoro. Have
Sound
a
good, buddy.
nice rest.
Have good night, Stink.
Hey, Nachi. Have fun
Yeah?
with her.
Yeah. I will have fun for real.
Let's start the quest.
Yeah. I'll be the insider. I'm ready.
Hello,
I don't want that.
Why?
What? Yeah, beat him up, wife. Beat him up.
Who died in the bathroom?
I think that was Nachi.
What?
Nachi? Are you
Yeah?
alive?
Yeah?
Okay, so who died in the bathroom then?
Me? Well, I'm trying to loot.
Mean one.
Interesting.
Imagine dying after taking a massive dookie.
Shit.
No, like right now? IRL? No. Hell no.
Dookie, you mean shit?
I was trying to make it sound more funny, but you know, man, you just have to be too real with it.
My
That
God,
bitch
I'm
not
lagging
good.
now.
Man, fuck this door.
Blessings. Blessings too.
Thank you.
For thousands of years, I have lied dormant. Who dares awaken me? It was me. So good to see you, Smitty. Hope you're doing well today.
bless the Nachi.
No, that wasn't me.
Ah!
Ah!
Get off of you.
Get out my wife, you bitch.
Hey, I'm just a little of the infected variety.
I don't worry about the infected. Get out!
Wait, you guys are infected?
Only a little.
Oh, please.
Bro, where did he come from?
Oh my question.
Wait, we have Nicola here. She can pick this.
Oh, hi.
You should have said that early though.
I forgot my lockpicks.
Oh.
All right, never mind. Back to it.
Back to monkey braining it.
And we even said that earlier. That's been like Nicola's thing
What?
since we started playing this.
Hey, I'm just
Yup, my
unlocking
ass is
all
on.
cars here in the back.
Oh my god, you goblin. Jumpy boy incoming. Hey, yeah, fucking dude came out of nowhere.
Ooh, level 2 pistol. Nice.
Hi, Jade.
Oh my god, it's the silly doll.
Explode.
Well, that's that from that quest.
How was the
Good
division?
shit. Wow.
Oh my god, the car fucking spawned back. Messed up my 4x4.
Wait, are you still streaming, or did you just end?
Oh my burp.
Did you end the stream?
Oh hi.
Oh, hey.
Yo, you okay?
Yeah.
Not just peachy.
I'm only a little.
Real peachy.
Ended a while ago. I ended up stuffing my pussy with some butter.
I got something I can give you once we head back. I fucking hate this. Whoever went through and decided to demolish the streets because they were angry, I hope they stub their toe.
Oh yeah, that's so annoying. That part of the road.
I can't remember how that happened. I think it was like explosives everywhere.
It was you, Beth. What the fuck do you mean?
I don't remember that. It didn't happen.
You were throwing it on the road as you were running away from fucking like a massive crowd of like bikers.
It's because Zoro kept stopping in front of me when I was like max over cucumbered.
Max over cucumber.
Not the over cucumbering.
So I was like, I'm gonna try and blow these zombies up now that I have all this dynamite on me.
Oh my god.
My bad.
What? Is you cheap son of a bitch?
I don't know why, but I read that as you were picking penises, and I'm like, I'm sorry, you were picking what?
What?
Yeah, I was trying to read Zoro's fucking sentence, but because the fucking text is white on this game,
This is a lot.
I was picking
I
up
read this
panties.
penises.
Leave me alone.
The pen brain kicked in.
But I can get it. Get it.
I should probably go and do the quest I have, but that's gonna fucking it's gonna suck. Actually, I might have an idea with that one. When they have vehicles in this? Oh god, I don't know.
It's vanilla. It's vanilla.
It's
Yeah.
vanilla. Yeah. It's
Gotcha.
been years since I
Yeah,
last played.
ages ago.
Vanilla. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say exactly when they added vehicles, but they had them when I started playing.
I swear to God, Patty gonna have to fix your fucking road.
You gotta put in a request with the city.
The city doesn't
Well,
give a shit.
My tax dollars are going for them roads. You better if I can fix it.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think anybody cares. It's they're a bit brain dead.
Patchwork stops.
But I'm gonna do a tiny bit of cheat.
Picking a god to pray for your downfall in this moment, Beth. Good luck. I am an expert with the bow.
Someone tells that snake that he was funny. Yeah, I know I'm funny. I'm funny looking.
What?
I can't believe you're funny. Can't believe it. Oh. So freaking funny. Wow.
Can't believe it.
Hey,
Man's
you
is
don't
funny.
complain.
Yeah.
Snake got the fucking jokes, huh?
You going in here with the fucking jokes, huh?
Oh, you a smart guy, huh?
Is that really how you feel, pretty boy?
Hey, don't do that to me.
Wish it could be funny like Snake. You just gotta
What?
What?
deepen yourself and
What? Damn. How dare you say that?
the rest of the part is too lewd to say.
Oof. Bash, you're already halfway there. You've got depression.
What? When did I say that?
I don't know. I just assumed we all have depression at some point.
You don't have to.
No, I've got dad trauma.
Well, it's even better. You've got the water poppy. Now what you do is you turn that trauma into a funny.
Oh, I did all the time.
He's like, I'm doing it right now. What do you mean?
I'm trying to be such a shit ass to you right now, and I felt awful for that one. Nah, that's cool. That shit don't bother me.
It's just like, and then it cuts to back
Is
to
it-
the room.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Starts crying after shooting.
Jay was being mean to me.
Fine, we'll go and make sure she suffers when we play Darktide next.
You go that way, and I'm gonna go this way.
Do you go to the objectives and we'll sit and watch?
Yeah, make me suffer. Oh no!
Oh no.
You'll be my purse.
Wait,
huh? Butting.
Nicola, you okay? You're just kind of chilling here.
Yeah, putting skill points in. I'm reading and being very thoughtful of my choices.
Okay.
Reading.
I just wanted to make sure you were fine. Because you were just chilling. I was like, is she okay?
I'm good.
The words of
You're
our
fine,
Lord
dude.
and Savior, Hank. You're a loser! You're a loser! You're sorry for yourself! Well, you should be because you're dirt!
You are dirt!
You're a... You made me sick, you big baby! Baby want a ball? A big dirt ball?
Why are you yelling at me?
What a bitch.
Okay. Why can't I fix this thing? Makes no sense!
Did you ask nicely? Well, I know.
Consent is key.
I'm brain rot maxing right now, trying to watch this stream and an episode of Catfish at the same time. Fucking that baby ass brain he's been singing. What do you mean you're not like what you look like? Zoom in on their face.
You said you were a cat. Not a
The orb decided to grant you
I
mercy.
never said no such thing.
It's always a good time.
You're not an actual cat girl. You lied to me.
No, I did not. I have claimed to be a cat woman on the internet.
Oh my god. My
my
life is a lie.
Wait, you're telling me you don't look like a cat girl
No.
in real life?
Nope.
What the?
Sorry. Meow.
Ooh, laser sight model.
Like that's it. Calling the police.
Okay.
Calling the police.
I've been robbed.
You've been robbed.
No, like, all right. What seems to be the problem? They claim to be a cat girl, but not a cat girl.
Mhm.
They're like, what was the context? For real
I'm
life?
a really nice guy.
All right, ma'am.
Nice guy.
You're gonna have to come with us.
Okay. I am here now.
The orb.
The orb.
The orb.
Ow. Morning.
The orb has spotted you doing public urination.
Hey, what happened to your girlfriend in the hole?
Zoom in.
Like
Zoom
fuck.
in.
Who you like fucking the fuck?
Oh. I thought I was infected.
Oh.
I'm trying to kill zombies.
Come
I'm trying to kill zombies and crank this hog called my motorcycle.
Sure, that's what you
Nah, Bet doesn't call it his hog. Probably calls it something bat related.
What, his teefies?
Teefers?
Teefers?
What?
Teefers?
My pointy little teefers in my mouth.
My teethers.
My teefers.
My titters.
My titters.
Teeters?
Titters. My titters.
I need to check my titters.
Not fucking with the mask. Oh, my bad.
Just a tip.
Just the
I don't know.
tip.
We'll start with the tip and see where it goes. I'm a fucking kid. Shit. No.
I'm abusing my eye powers.
Making me soft over here. God damn.
Damn.
I need gameplay to get hard. Play the game.
How about a
Ah, yeah, you level up, you bitch.
That's right. High score.
Alright, who's making people sauce here? What?
Oh, that's right. You found a blue rare, didn't you? You dirty slut.
Oh, you platinum that up?
Tell more dirty to me.
Was that an achievement?
Was that an achievement only 0.001 people have gotten?
Work the sticky dirty boy. Yeah, that's right. You use that thumb on that stick.
Wake up! Wake up!
Wake up!
Wake up!
Bam, bam, bam.
Wake up. It's time for you to work that analog stick.
I know what?
Oh, what?
The log of the... Hold on.
The log of Anna.
I didn't hear it properly the first time because I had my headset on. The what now?
Did you wake up?
No bad, I went back to
Are you
sleep.
awake?
Oh,
okay.
shit.
We gotta keep
Good
it
night.
down. Yeah, we gotta keep it down.
Hey, Rose, wake your stupid ass up. We played a game.
Yeah. Rose, wake the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up,
Did you
Ish!
wear the mask playing the game making funny noises so I can
Allah!
kick my tootsies to the chair? Oh my God, this is so
Nachi!
weird.
I got
Did I
disconnected.
just read it? Whoa, dude.
For like, keep your kid, I guess. Like, fuck, I don't know.
But like keeping cute, I guess. Uh-oh.
Seeds. Seeds. Go here, here.
Uh-oh.
Fucking Jade.
It's fine.
Books. All these goddamn books.
Oh my god. But for real, bad.
Huh?
How could you fucking maltreat the fucking street in this fucking way? I fixed one hole, there's another hole. How many fucking holes did you fucking made here?
I can't tell you that.
Fucking hole specialist. Swear to God.
I don't know. It was one of those things where it was like, Twitch dropped
be
stuff,
good,
so
yeah,
it was like,
maybe.
here's a bunch of dynamite. I was like, okay.
What's next? We're before brain surgery?
Brain? Open up their skull, like, hey, you know you got a brain in here, right?
Me when I play autopsy
Brains.
simulator. I'm like, oh, you have a brain.
Hello.
What's a brain? What's
This
brain?
shit empty. Yeet.
It's something that plants wouldn't
Oh,
understand.
that's not good.
Huh?
I need food and water.
It's something that plants wouldn't understand.
Uh,
Wait, what's that?
is it delicious
Nicola?
at last?
Food and water.
Food and water. Wake up! Wake up!
Wake up!
No.
Wake up.
Oh, okay, good
Wakey, wakey.
Wake up!
Only
No.
the keys of a wife who can wake me up.
All right.
Right, you say jingle keys?
Jingle, jingle,
No!
jingle.
Oh.
Jingle, jingle, jingle.
I said the keys of a wife who can wake me up.
I'm using our favorite word, back rooms. Five Nights at Freddy's.
Onward.
Somebody said keys.
But what if I just hover over you and make you
Keys?
sleep faces? Like, no, because your eyes are closed.
No need for brain surgery.
You're welcome, why? The demon plant.
Me.
You're such a good girl. Good, good.
Boo boo keys. Boo boo keys.
Drop off the drink.
I'm in.
Oh.
I'm in.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Not much.
Lurking Yoshi. Oh my gosh. Hello.
Lurking Yoshi.
Finally, it's fast again. Oh my god.
Who's winning? Not me.
Okay, I fixed the road.
Hell yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Now fix the other ones.
What a minute! Why is there more in the back? Hello? What?
He wasn't. He wasn't kidding.
Wait. Okay, no, wait. No, that was just an illusion.
Having
It's a software.
fun. Absolutely fucking not. Yeah. Duh.
hope you guys are having fun. I'm having an awful time.
You
Get
like
me out of
An
here.
awfully great time. Hell yeah.
you
No,
like
I'm
doing
awful.
a snow roast
Having
to
an
fix.
awfully great time. Fuck yeah, dude. Woo!
Oh Jesus! Oh mother of. Okay, maybe the road is not that okay, but it's better than fucking
I
rocks.
think Rose is having a crisis. Hope y'all been doing well. Fuck no. Yeah,
Probably.
maybe. I don't know.
She
Ask them
having
later.
Maybe.
There's like 2 confession booths here.
Mm-mm.
How you been, Larkin Yoshi? How the heck are you been?
Yoshi.
Then okay.
Oh my road. What the? That's a lot of humps. But that's better than the one before.
Yeah,
The
just don't
potholes
speed up
are
when you-
crazy. Fucking crazy.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Really? Is that how you really feel?
What?
Oh.
Where's this
What
seek
happened, mate?
shelter now in the burnt forest?
Oh, well.
Yeah, dude, that's a storm. You gotta get indoors.
On the road.
Well, whose fault is that?
Fuck you too, you fucking stupid wreck. Fuck
economy?
you. Fuck you.
The zombie? Oh, yeah. I guess you're right about
fucking
that.
economy.
The economy. The housing market.
Fucking hate you, wreck. I hate you, wreck. Fucker. Eat your shit. Ugly ass motherfucker. Fucking.
God damn, tell him how you really feel.
Bottle-looking ass.
I'm literally right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
No
can just say
one
it,
likes
dude.
you.
Tell him how you really feel, Rose. Jesus.
You got me a piece of shit. Here's the piece of shit. Here's the stinky one. Here's the smelly one.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
Wah.
My skin! Ah! Seek shelter now.
Snake.
My skin.
Why my skin hurt?
Snake.
What?
Dude, this air is very spicy. Imagine somewhere calm. Imagine somewhere safe. Imagine yourself in a frozen forest.
Hey, that's my
my
car.
bike
Why
off.
would you do that to my
Enjoy
car? Ow!
Why you parking in the middle of the road? Huh? That's what you do for parking in the middle of the road.
There, I parked on the side. I parked it on the side now. Why would you do that to my car? I'm in my motorcycle.
Strangle room.
No, Kirby, no, don't eat my motorcycle. No.
I need you to show me where to make the
Fine.
chicken base.
I need a drink.
I don't know.
Suck.
Close to where the fucking Jane is.
Come with
What did
me.
you do to my drink?
What?
Come
I'm
with
waiting.
me.
I'm waiting for my gun to be built. That's that.
Yes.
Hey, what's doing my drink? Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
How long will it take?
No, it's in the it's in the workbench.
My drink? My diet Dr. Kelp?
20
How am I
minutes!
supposed to eat this without my drink?
I'll wait 20 minutes until it's done. It's done.
I still love that. I don't know if you've seen that video, Bats, of that lady that's like, this is my impression of that one fish from SpongeBob, and it's literally like all those like lines. It's so good.
What did you do to my drink?
This. Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Suck.
More drink. My diet Dr. Kel.
Finally.
Oh god.
Finally.
You repair my bike.
You're a bike. Oh hey, thumbs over. We're free.
That's just like the half scorched. Just like, yeah, we're free.
Oh.
It looks like a fucking jacket at the end of Hotel Transylvania, where he's all fucking scorched.
It's not just a boulder. It's a rock.
Come on.
Come on, Chen. I'm gonna make something to eat right fast.
Girl, how dare you go and take care of yourself?
How dare.
I know. The disrespect. Stretch? What the fuck?
Stretch
Yeah.
what?
Hydrate too? What? Oh my god!
Rose, where are you?
Oh.
You wanted to go.
Oh well.
You wanna fucking
Wait,
go?
It's what, it's what happens when you're here.
You're not done?
No, it's not done.
Let's add something to that.
Dude,
Okay.
my quest? Quest in my ass.
Lead the
Yeah, well,
way.
let me get on my quest.
Oh
and
my-
then I can do all that
This is-
stuff here in a minute.
This is Dachi's quest. Why am I out here?
Oh, why are you in my
Lead
quest?
the way.
Why are you there?
Spando.
Where is Jens from here?
Before going too far, make sure you check the biomes tab.
Where's Trader Jens? Trader Jens is where Nicole is.
Ah! Nachi. Why?
Why'd you say it like that? It's Nachi, why?
Okay.
Just head right away.
Okay,
Ow,
try
what?
follow me.
Okay.
Let me do all that real quick.
You gotta drink.
Jesus Christ, dude, is that what you're drinking? I think it needs water.
Sounds like a good old monster.
Oh my god, you must sound like the fucking that one bird that was like, wait.
Reminds me of the dog when they like grab his snout and he goes like, rah, 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 rah,
Oh,
rah.
oh yeah. Do you remember that one dude that was making a beat off that? It was like.
Weird, which one are you talking about?
Jesus Christ.
Hydrate this.
Oh my god, okay.
Hydrate this.
That's not
correct.
hydrate. That's a sniffer. Oh my god.
This is
And I
not
do not kill my husband.
Hey, yeah, I'm sniffing the hydration.
I feel better already.
it's like.
Oh no, we took a wrong
Mm.
turn.
Yep, that's water.
Wow,
Just-
this water sure smells
I
hydrating.
thought snakes were good with directions. What do you
No.
mean? Oh.
I ain't no fucking hummingbird.
Did you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified
But you're pretty
water.
humming
Using code
Andy
NDMOVE.
Purified
Thanks for the
water.
hydrate.
Yeah, no problem.
Arita's sign a stop, not stop.
Me like head
Lol.
batters. Thank you, stop.
What the fuck happened in here? Why is there so many fucking holes in this fucking gas station? What the fuck?
You know who's the culprit, probably.
Huh?
Dad, what the fuck did you do at this fucking gas station?
I had a bad hot dog.
And you
What?
decided to just fart and
What
make
does that?
holes in the.
What does that mean?
I was like, "You hurt my tummy. I'll blow this bitch up."
What does that mean?
Hot dog. You know those like century-old hot dogs. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I was like,
Been on the carousel for so long.
I have warned you about getting those kind of hot dogs.
I was like, this place hurt me. I'm gonna blow it up. Oh shit! Wide load. Joe's Bros wide load.
She said.
It's a pretty wide load you got there.
Look, it's laundry day, all right.
Garbage day.
Delicious. Schnitzel zombies are not that bad.
Wait, is Trader Bob in the ice biome or the frost one?
Yes.
Yes.
Ew. Nope, not doing that one yet. I don't like the cold.
Oh,
That's a-
the cold. I love the cold.
I hate it.
See, I know how to drive, see?
I remember when they first invented the cold. I always hated it.
The sun.
The sun, it burns.
Ugh.
Ah,
I pressed the thumbstick by accident. It did the look back thing and I tried to turn it. It was like it did the follow cam.
hey, sexy! I can see you. Honk, 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 honk.
No. Oh my god, I went down to 15%. No. No, my motorcycle. It's vaping.
Motorcycle.
No, it's gonna
The
get into the
motorcycle.
face.
My motorcycle's gonna get popcorn lung.
No.
Popcorn lung. Not the popcorn lung.
But I love popcorn.
Oh, that works.
Here's Trader Jen's.
Okay, so
Walk 'em right
we
in
can
the
make
schnoor.
second base around
So
here.
grossly engaged.
Yes.
Okay.
Shoot.
I would say across from it, but it looks like you might need to terraform.
I don't
Yeah,
want
just transform.
I said terraform, not transform. You nuts. You beautiful goober you are.
Big.
I thought you were gonna say a big, beautiful gooner you are.
Goo.
I mean,
I mean,
Dang.
Bad Laguna? Never.
Who would
Gonna
do
make-
such a thing?
Gonna make a big house for my babies.
For your what?
My babies.
What you
Baby. My wives, my husbandos.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Big bada boom.
But I'm gonna
Beautiful
put a surveillance camera. I love everyone but Zoro to enter. So every time Zoro comes to the door, I'm gonna make the machine just fucking shut Zoro down.
Yeah,
Stanky.
Damn, you big stanker.
Zoro's gonna come on and be like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And then just get fucking annihilated.
A stretch.
Actually, you know what? Before I head back, I'll have a look what Jen's got. Oh my god, hi.
Hi.
It's very important that every time we talk to Jen, it just zooms in on her tits.
Why not? Right?
Yeah, I mean,
Make
that's
your
right.
point of interest.
It's called communication.
Yeah.
I am maintaining
you
great
gotta
eye
look.
contact.
Yes.
Yes,
Gotta maintain eye contact. I agree.
Hi, boy! Oh, hi. When did you get here?
I've been
ad
here.
break.
I was hiding in Jen's place from the
If
storm.
you think you're
Like,
pretty
ah,
smart now, don't you?
And I was making
Here's your
ramen while the
pay,
storm was happening.
Yeah.
I came to make the new house here.
Oh my god. Right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a huge ass house with a room for everyone. How many people are we?
8.
Yes.
We are many.
We are
Many.
We are many.
So I
Many.
must make a huge ass villa. Jesus Christ, I'm scared of
Rose, hey, Rose is like fucking dickheads.
Huh? The what?
Damn, you're so far. Well, I could go there anyway. I have 2 quests there.
I don't take my pickaxe anymore. Oh my god.
You want mine?
Oh. Yeah.
I'm in Jen's.
Oh my. Oh my drifting shit.
You can borrow my pickaxe.
Pickaxe?
Pickaxe.
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 Where are you?
Snake, you can also work with us, you know.
Well, I've got to go back and do stuff. Get my gun.
Things like, would you look at the time?
Wow.
Hey, plus, I don't like building in these kinds of games that much. I'll get bored and go, fuck this, I'm blowing it up.
Our houses keep
That's a
blowing
good
up.
idea. Hold up.
No,
But
don't blow
I'm
it up.
cheating. I'm cheating a bit. Hold up.
Oh my god, you're cheating.
I'm cheating a bit.
Oh my
But
god.
only for the terraforming.
Go what? Woo! Oh. 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 I see.
Oh, yeah, 'cause
Oh. Damn. Go, wife. Go. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Rah!
Hmm. Okay.
Jen just sat there like, the reason I closed up wasn't because it's late, it's because there's a crazy plant outside my house and blow things up. I'm watching the color stream right now and all I can see is just Rose just fucking firing rockets at the ground.
Sam, are you doing this?
Ouch.
Are you gonna do this quest nearby?
I don't know. To be immune to it?
Oh.
Yeah, but you can collect the materials on the ground. You're gonna need them at some point.
Hi. Are you doing this? I can help.
Oh, whew, okay. The bridge is safe. The bridge is safe.
You built the bridge because she's a maniac.
That hurt like hell.
Hey, life.
Oh my god.
Come here.
What? Oh, are you? Oh no! Are you wanting me to blow stuff up too?
I mean, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Pop off?
Oh, that's a good idea.
I think Beth's fucking PC is gonna crash soon.
No wonder. Wait, why am? Yeah, why was I lagging? Is because are you blowing shit up?
Yeah, they are. The
Oh
terraforming
my god!
They're probably demolishing again. They're demolishing a house again. Oh my god.
No shit just blew up near me.
Oh my god.
As long as it's not trees.
No.
It's like a mountain.
Wait, you telling me you don't want a huge supply of trees
Let's
like last time?
Ow.
I learned my lesson from that one.
Ooh, oh my god, there's a lot of people.
Go, Mike, go. Go crazy with it, go crazy.
This is going from terraforming.
Ouch!
Where's that one go? Bye-bye.
Did I hit you? I'm sorry if I did.
The culture.
Shit.
You need more ammo? Oh, no, no,
Does this side have the same thing over here?
Yeah, I need more.
No, it does not.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Gone from terraforming to blowing shit up. They've just gone from terraforming to blowing shit up.
Look, if we were to like fix this thing by hand, it will take forever, okay?
There's 2 bikes are here outside the diner.
Yeah, it's like I'm back to New Year's. The fireworks blowing up everywhere.
And Nachi.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
Now that's a lot of damage.
The man is terrified. The man stands. Nice. Zaro, it looks like your cat too. Oh my god. Oh, too bad Zara's got sleepy.
That was.
God damn it.
Hey Nachi, you wanna join us here?
It was a little scary.
I think she's helping set out right now.
Where?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing. I'm helping
set
set.
outside Jen's.
We get everything. Set just like terraforming this place too.
The fuck? Oh god. Ah, this is so beautiful. I love it.
It's beautiful.
Oh, just oops. Get on my fucking ride, you bitch. What?
Holy shit.
Wow, you.
Ah, wow, you are. I got you, wife. I'm not gonna let them hurt you.
Get your dick out of my face.
Are you having fun, wife?
Dog.
Dog?
There was dog.
The dog.
Is the wife muted?
She's eating food.
Oh yeah.
She can hear you.
Slurping.
Oh, me.
Sure.
Bon appetit, darling.
I almost
Bone
finished
apple
with my
feet.
capybara girl
Bone
drawing.
apple feet.
Get your face out of my thing. What?
Dinosaurs! Where did you
Dino,
learn
what?
that?
That's
Done.
what
what's
Bat just said.
What?
It's just what Bat said.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Whew.
Holy.
Ow, I can get gusbang by a rock falling.
Got a feeling that I'm
Explode.
God damn.
Explosion.
Bro sat there and just ate rounds.
I can hear his
Hey.
tummy rumbling, which means he's gonna explode.
Hey Snake, do you like our masterpiece?
All I see is just like explosions everywhere.
Get your face out of my. Who's down?
I think everything's taken care already, Seth.
Get your dick out of my face. I don't know what happened, but I'm glad that worked out the way it
Oh,
did.
shit!
No, Rose killed Rose. I'll find you and get you.
No! What happened?
I forgot to switch to my gun, so I ended up rocket launching myself.
That is crazy.
Aren't you clever?
Hey, I never said I'm clever. Wait, what happened with my egg? Oh, it's still there, okay. Oh yeah, this place looks amazing.
Congrats, Caboose. You killed your teammate. Uh-oh. Off.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I'll make you fun of my phone.
No.
It's a stem.
Just happens every time we hear it.
There's a lot of fuel. Nice.
I need stim.
Ooh. Oh, no, they coming. Yeah, they, Man, that was really bad. I'm surprised I lived through that.
Oh, snake.
Huh?
Set, continue.
Oh, sorry, Seth, what's up?
Did you max out electrical?
What, Tech Planet?
Are you maxed out on electrical books? Yes.
I can have a look quickly. I don't think I am yet.
What the fuck?
Tech Planet, where are you?
Where'd these dickheads come from? Jesus Christ.
Can I make
And he
halfway from here?
No, I'm 93 out of 100. I'm nearly maxed out on Tech Planet books.
It ain't much, but it's not enough.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, this makes a lot more sense now. Okay.
Gonna make the biggest house you ever had.
Oh my god.
The biggest.
Biggest.
So spicy, but it was
Biggest.
so freaking good. It was so yummy.
Nah. Nah. I keep on parkouring wrong. And they comment, hard. It ain't much, but it's an honest living. We never tried barbecuing a dinosaur before.
Yeah.
A dinosaur? What?
Welcome back, Valentine.
Oh my god.
Muggy.
Ooh.
I always keep on getting
Have some guidance.
Hi.
Okay.
Finally. Oh my god.
What? Ah!
Nice.
I don't know my head. I don't know why I scream.
Where the fuck did it came from?
Get the fuck up. I don't know why I scream.
You just scream. I don't know. Mwah.
What? Okay. Why?
Yeah.
You wanna help me with the house?
How help?
Okay, so I'm gonna wanna go bathroom. Okay, so you see, I put this box here, right? So this row, like this, and
It's
this,
free real estate.
and this, and this, kind
It's
of
free
be like
real estate.
2 inches down, like two spaces down.
What
Well,
the
no, actually 3.
fuck?
Yeah, actually, 1, 2, 3. And like dig all the way from here to the water side.
Don't have a shovel.
Ow! Ow! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I would love to, but I can't.
I have my pink shovel.
It's like, what's the problem? I don't have that.
I have
Oh,
that.
wait, I'm just gonna spawn a
buy one. Yeah, this one is better. This.
Holy fuck.
I'll use that one
man.
after this one.
What was this fucking locker room?
That's me. That's true.
Gonna count
that
and I'm gonna
was-
make.
You want
Gonna
me to
use the
keep it
building
under the
block.
foundation or what?
I
You
know,
wanna dig,
just
like, under.
No, not under yet. We'll do that after.
Got an intruder.
Just- If we do it like under this, it's gonna fall off. So we're just gonna do the inside, and afterwards, you know, we.
Halt in the
Wait,
mic.
so it's like-
Stay.
Huh?
State your name. And what is the password?
Yeah, I'm just
It's
gonna calculate.
1-800. Eat my ass.
You fucking missed.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Lost Larry. Welcome in.
Nice one, Darnassus. Oh my
if
god.
you're
You
wondering, I
had
can
to.
upgrade your drone to level 4 now. Or make you a level 4 drone.
And if that is intentional, I have no idea.
Obviously, given if I have the materials too.
I can wait for level 6.
Yeah. I just need a few more Tech Planet books.
High five.
Ooh.
Okay, so where all are you wanting me to dig?
So, come here. I'll explain because I didn't explain correctly.
I was like, am I only supposed to dig like a little bit? Or...
So, you see how I calculated this under here, right? So you just go forward like this with the digging.
Oh.
Just forward.
Mm.
Like do not you know, dig behind this box. Yeah, like that. All the way to the other side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put this frame so it can help you. So you don't like over dig. That's what I do sometimes too, so I can like keep count on how I dig and stuff like that.
Whoops.
We shall kidnap the Nachi too.
Hi.
Nachi, come to
Got
work.
no room for this.
Come to work? No,
Yeah,
I don't
come
want
to
to
work.
work today.
Yeah, you work for me today. You get
I
like 20 kisses
refuse.
every time you work here.
Okay. That's a good deal.
20 kisses for 20 kisses
It's
for
like,
an
so
hour.
easily.
It's like, oh well, hang on now.
Hold on,
like-
mate, you drive
That's a good deal. I'm not saying no to that.
Alright.
so easily pleased.
Whoa.
20 kisses per
More
hour.
and more ways to bring on. I found a playlist of
Yeah,
4,269 for 2069. Nice. Like nice.
So, Nachi, you ready to be kidnapped?
Wait. I'm full of stuff. I'll be there.
Oh,
Oh, Lala.
what do you mean? What?
Can't drive, she me.
Yeah, Rose, you have a quest right next to the base, right?
Yeah, she has one that's
Want me to cancel it?
nearby.
Oh. It's an infection. You can come and clear it if you want. It's a tier 4 infection.
Home. I'm working on the home. You're gonna stop me.
I think Bat went ape shit over here too, because there's like a giant gap with a load of like steel in the holes.
No.
I was about to stop. I was about to
Huh?
stop marking them.
In my defense, that's been there.
Aha.
He's like,
Sus.
Sure, buddy.
Okay,
Sure, buddy.
shut the fuck. No. Ah, fuck.
Hey, you tell yourself that every day, don't you?
Shut up.
A little bit.
No.
Oh, okay.
You're lying.
You're fucking lying.
Just Here's 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you sneaky bitch.
Fuck. Oh, no.
That thing about it's like how Conway is like. Bats is not a menace. Bats would never.
Oh, flower.
Bats is just a silly bat. It's really a silly bat.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Uh-oh.
Gotta bring these.
I'm not very good at this. I'm doing my best.
What do you mean, like you're doing such a good work? You're helping me so much better at this.
I'm taking a little deeper than I should be.
Don't worry, it happens to me too. So it's not something that you're doing so good. You're helping me so much. It will take me forever to do this too, and then count and stuff like that. So you're doing amazing. I'm so proud of you. You're the best wife. You're the best wife. You know what? I'm gonna give you like 59 kisses per hour.
Oh my god.
59? Oh my god.
Oh, raise.
And 20 and 20 hugs.
Oh my god.
The Nacho over here is like, that's some bullshit.
Well, what can I say? First come, first served, you know?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't think that's how that works, and you don't want me to say it.
Shut the fuck up, dog.
No, I was gonna say. I'll say it out loud. I'll call you out.
Wow. Wow, we were.
Whoops.
No.
Oh well. It also helps that I'm
Fucking fix that arm, you cunt.
Now where is my wife? Rose. Where is my Rosie? Oh my god, you're so far. Oh my god.
I thought you.
Okay, driving up there. Oh shit, what the fuck? Like, what? Bruh. What are you building? What do you need
Thank
here?
you for the 100 bits, screaming
I'm
Twinkie.
building.
Yeah.
I like to glue
Second
my
base?
thumbs to my nipples and pretend I'm a T-Rex. Rar,
God.
I'm a dinosaur.
What materials do you need? Do you need me
Wait.
to bring some for you?
Wasn't Screaming Twinkie here last time?
I think so, yeah.
Start chopping out the trees here.
That sounds familiar.
What?
That did make me laugh.
I
That
need
was
you to
pretty
chop
good,
out the
Jason.
trees.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I think they were in the
Got you,
cold
my
last time we
queen.
I hope you're doing well, dude.
I can see us again.
That's Twinkie,
No, it was just normal, like, bits. I probably should do that, though. I think that would be funny.
It'd be pretty funny.
Just to hear in a TTS form going, I like to glue my thumbs to my nipple.
No! It's broken!
That's all.
What the fuck? This is probably
Yeah, I already
bad,
sound very
right?
monotone, so...
Did Bat do this big crater?
What the
Big crater.
I love how bats
Hey,
get over
hey,
everything
hey,
now.
hey, 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 hey.
Nachi!
Nachi!
Where?
Nachi. Nachi.
Where? Where?
Hey. Turn around. Hi.
Mwah. Oh, hi.
How's it going?
I'm ahead of Papa.
Hello, Lila.
Oh, hi. Hi, Mommy.
We made that crater. Mhm.
You need what?
Rose and I are the ones that made the craters.
Oh.
We worked very hard on these.
Oh, my God.
You like that?
Oh, my goodness.
What?
Yeah,
Like
Nachi.
this?
The fuck?
No way you have a rocket launcher. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you leveled everything here. For sure, for sure. Don't blow up the trees. I'ma chop them for wood. Do you need the wood right
Digging
now?
in the ground with the American shovel.
Yeah, a lot of woods, like shit.
Okay, here's what I cut up so far. Okay. I'll get more for you.
Yeah.
I got you.
I need it to be morning.
Digging in the ground.
Oh, what? Don't kill me. Oh, wait, I won't die because we're teammates. Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah. It's still funny to see your reaction.
Oi.
Was so used to playing games with friendly fires. So yeah.
Now that was being one of them.
Hey! Vad gör vi bara? Hey!
What?
What?
Wait, what?
What?
What are we talking about again?
Hummingbird? Hummingbird?
Sits there and goes, "What does that mean?" And then mentions it again. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that.
Oh yeah, that thing. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that thing. Yeah. Indeed.
I've done that a few times, sure.
Go look at the flowers.
So
Loads
alive,
rocket
dude.
launcher to
Jesus
test something.
Christ.
Yeah.
Follow these people.
I'm always the
Bro.
one to fall for that, honestly. One where they say, oh, go here, and then, like, stand there. Look at that.
That sounds cool.
And explodes out of nowhere.
Flashback to when Zoro fucking tricked me to look at the fucking aquarium because there's a fucking red crab. And I'm like, what do you mean red crab? I don't see any red crab.
Oh, good, Cooper.
Hurry up, Rank.
No.
Would the trees still grow if I plant them here in this area?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
The fuck?
I like how the
Doesn't let me chop that one.
bats are the ones. The old yell. Just to be old yellard. What the fuck?
I know.
Oh.
Rose, I'm leaving it here. Chop a lot more for you. Here you go.
You don't need to give it to me, but to be grab a lot of diamond and come back, okay?
Okay.
I give one
Mushrooms.
prices every time. Yeah.
I can get mushrooms.
Jesus Christ, that fucking tree just went flying.
I feel like out of the group, it's either Nacho or Bats are the ones that risk to be only alert.
Whatever you want to be.
What?
If you want to be.
Accidentally friendly fired away from everyone or infected with zombie bat. Betrayal to friendly fire, maybe. Well, honestly, I'm guilty with friendly fire.
Oh, really? Oh,
It's
really?
unintentional friendly fire, except if it's Zorro, you know.
I was gonna say, there it is. That.
Yeah, except if it's Zorro.
There
I
it is.
mean, like,
Mm-hmm.
What?
it's a natural reaction. I see Zorro, I nuke.
Actually, no. Fuck that Zoro.
How quick it fucking changed.
It's like Zoro the bad guy. No, you know what? Actually, fuck that guy.
Zoro was the bad guy. Wait, wait a minute. What am I fucking saying? Of course, it's that guy.
That's because I remember he called me a fucking salad.
Oh yeah.
One day
Earlier.
I on the fire
He called you a fucking salad.
Damn NPC for more of the OP. That's why I was
Salad.
he was fucking the first game. Could do everything. Yeah.
Called you a salad.
Yeah.
Salad.
The fuck's a salad?
Salad.
Oh, a salad.
You'll make you run off me now.
Salad.
Oh. Oh.
Be the master of tossing.
Salad.
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 Salud.
Yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you?
It was so powerful it even two-shotted the hunter one shot in the first game.
Backshotted.
Wow. Crazy.
No.
Is this in front of me?
I can't afford that.
I can't afford that.
What am I chopping? I'm
alright, come on then. After
See.
stream.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, mother.
Yes, does it is.
Mm-hmm.
What, it is?
Yes.
Tossing salad? Yeah.
The fuck?
It's used more in a what is it? I guess. How do I explain it?
You don't.
No, you're right, but I'm trying to explain it without sounding vulgar.
Okay.
Or saying it out loud. No, I'm gonna now.
Do it.
You got this.
I'll
fuck up.
Alright, I'll say it out loud for everyone's streams. It is intentionally.
Fucking
The way you fucking turncoat is fucking well. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. How many outfits you got on under there, motherfucker? What the hell?
I gotta keep him guessing.
Yeah,
I
you're
keep
doing a bad.
guessing.
Are you doing spicy pepper? 15?
What's 15?
That's too many, dude.
Huh?
Too many outfits. Take all those off.
You gotta have some variety.
I'm fucking confused as fuck right now. My brain hurts.
Mine always is. Apparently, yeah.
I'm sorry, Tante. No. Don't talk to me.
Hey, you know what, dude? I could have been a huge dick back to you, so I just kind of, I didn't choose to.
No, he's gonna save it, wait for you at least to expect it, and then hit you with it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
We'll see.
Just wait for the right time.
Huh?
We'll never know.
It's because you missed context. I'm just a little guy, man. I'm just a little dude.
Funny English.
Freaking Americans.
Freaking us.
Freaking cheeseburgers.
Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger. Banning.
I don't know what I'm fucking building, but I'm building some.
Is there a way to unlock the cosmetics of outfits instead of having to like just wear them?
Yeah, you craft them.
Mm.
You have to make the armor pieces and stuff like that to use them as like cosmetic outfits.
Balls.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Of course, you can think of a ball now.
Shut the
Huh?
I was thinking
Huh?
you're a cat. You're like playing with cotton balls.
Yeah, you know, the yarn balls? Those are my favorite.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, cutting balls?
Bugger.
How to speak like a Floridian.
Floridian.
I like yarn balls.
My wife
I am
is so
hungry.
pretty. My wife is so pretty. My wife is so pretty.
No, I never thought, but I don't know. I don't want to alarm you guys, but I think. Don't quote me on this one. But she thinks her wife's pretty.
Son of a bitch. I knew it.
I knew it.
Where did you come from? Ish.
Well, still got a ways to go, but decent progress. I'm still hungry.
What is these? Oh, this is nitrate powder. Ooh.
Yes, I agree.
Whoa.
Ow,
Time
Uh-huh.
ow, 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 ow. Ow.
Oh God, I'm trying to sleep.
So adorable, though. What the fuck?
What the? The people sound like TIE Fighter. Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Hey, Rose.
Those some wild Kookaburra songs.
The what?
Hey, Rose.
Yeah.
Beagles can sound like TIE fighters? What?
Yeah, there's this vet video. This beagle starts like howling and it does like TIE Fighters and
What? That sounds so cool though.
I love my wife.
I love my wife.
I'm a guy.
With my wives and my husbands. Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Where the fuck did the sewing kit go? Oh, in repair. I'm fucking blind as a bat.
You're gonna let Snake insult you like that bad? Some mage.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
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 There you go, Nachi. I sent it to you.
You wanna know why he lets me insult him? Because he's a bitch.
Wow. Oh, I could have told you that.
Damn!
Yeah.
That is anything but a bitch.
I was like, this medicine looks weird. I was like,
Oh,
This
Facts.
medicine looks funny.
This looks funny.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I agree. I agree. I agree. Guys.
Oh.
Ooh, Lord.
I'm hungry and
Nice.
thirsty.
Me too,
no.
man.
I have food for you, darling. Hold up. Wait, I...
600 milligrams of ACP.
Oh my god.
Yeah, wait.
This medicine making me feel funny.
I wish you can bring you drinks too, darling. I will never let you starve.
Thank you.
Debbie, my wife, feed, and make sure to have she has got the water. There you go.
There you go.
Hi! Hi! This is another castration right here! Ah, God, God!
No.
What?
The fuck? What?
Hi! Hi!
Where did you come from? Oh, that's loot.
Hey,
What's up?
I'll run your ass over right now. Okay. Yeah, do it. Do it. Go ahead. Go ahead, do it. Yeah, do it.
I'm back to digging my hole now.
Diggy diggy hole.
Yeah.
Move your fucking ass from here! Oi! It's a fucking mage.
You get the gem.
Hello.
I swear, man, I'm gonna kick your pot over.
Oi! What the fuck? You don't touch my pot! It's made from ceramic. Top-notch ceramic.
Remember,
You
if you're
don't
on
touch the
both
pot.
looks and hungry, avoid hooters or fanboy hooters. What? That's crazy.
Avoid hooters or femboy hooters. Just because it's a thirst trap doesn't mean it can quench your thirst.
Genesis, where did you learn this?
I blame Nachi.
Nachi!
And that is not me.
That didn't sound very convincing on that one.
Lies! Oh my god, this woman.
Nachi's teaching people brain rot.
My game crashed.
Oh.
That's why.
Oh,
So that's
why.
why.
Quick exit.
Oh, I was just driving my motorcycle.
You're a motorcycle.
You're a motorcycle.
What the fuck?
Yep.
Hey,
Bitch.
what? If Bat is a motorcycle, does that mean I can drive the Bat?
No, it's a set only ride.
Oh.
Huh?
Hmm?
Huh?
Where's
What?
What do you mean? Just because it's one sentence mean I cannot write them. No?
What? Couldn't
I'm
handle the brain
confused.
rot. The brain rot is
Oh
just
my
that.
god.
It is rot.
Those
to the
mommy
brain.
milkers making me act unwise.
Oh yeah.
That is crazy.
Boomst.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The safe answer is yes. No, it's said crying.
Where did you go, Seth?
It's the
Well, the
espresso.
emote says the predge. So
When did you leave?
it sounds like I never left.
I never leave.
I've been here the entire time.
We're like brothers, but only closer.
I'm just a
just a
ghost.
ghost.
You're a space mouse. Boom roasted. Well, do we want to keep playing or?
Well, you guys can.
Go.
I'll stay here and chat to you.
I'm alright.
But my controller needs to charge, so I have to dip dab for now.
Aww.
That's up to y'all.
I think test.
Yeah.
Test what? To check. Say. Oh yeah. We could do that. Oh, I was gonna say. I think I would call it there too, cause I was getting a little.
Beep, beep, beep.
Not like EB, but I was like, I think I'm gonna relax because I gotta be up at like noon tomorrow.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, yeah.
I can't be doing
Oh
those
boy.
7 a.m.
That's okay. You need to rest.
it's like I need to be up at noon tomorrow. Why not early? What the fuck is early?
That do be true, because then I'll be like, yeah, I'll be there, and then it's like 1 p.m. and I'll be like, huh?
Ho.
Huh?
Ho.
Huh?
Ho. Ho.
Well, it was wonderful to play with you guys.
I do agree.
I'm gonna
It's very
test the
fun.
stream real quick, or the game.
Too bad I landed very late.
Oh, you're all good, Rose. Stop it.
Hey, stop it.
I slept
had
through
you there.
10. I slept through 10 alarm clocks.
It is fine. You needed your rest and you are here and we love you and
Jesus Christ.
I'll back on you in a minute.
so much is galore.
Oh, you're smothering her.
Smothering all of you.
Ayo.
What?
Shall we check in the safe first to see if we all are okay, or do we check it next time?
Oh,
So I
my
don't think
stream
that-
crashed.
No.
It was
Oh.
error. It was error code, and then it went OBS crashed.
Oh,
I hate when that shit happens.
Oh no.
I love OBS. So reliable. So good. So great.
such a flawless program. What?
My wife looks so beautiful. Well, both of my wives. Man, I love the billion chibi on your shoulder so much.
Thank you. I love him.
Dang.
That made me fucking laugh there.
I shall move to Skibidi Divers in Discord. What the fuck?
To what?
It's what
Who's that?
Darkness said it. Darkness said it. In my
No,
chat.
I shouldn't have expected any less.
Disappointment is immeasurable.
And my day is ruined.
Okay, we're stitching the bad words to the dinosaurs. I'm gonna break their kneecaps.
We told you.
Nachi's one of the culprits.
Nachi! What are you? What are you? What are you? Come here. Come here. Come here.
Oh, I think Bats' whole entire fucking computer.
Owie. I already have 3 bonkies. Ow.
Get more bonk.
No.
Bonk her more. Bonk her more. Punish her for her crimes.
No.
Punish her.
No. Ow. Stop. Owie. That's gonna layer. Oh my god. Ow. That's gonna be a very high bonk. Oh my god.
Hold on. Let me get in there. Where you at? Let me get in there.
No.
I have enough points.
Where are you?
No, not even dog. No.
Come on, where are you at? Where's the bonk?
Ow.
Where is it? Where is it? Bonk.
Oh my god. Ow. Ow. Stop. Oh my god. That's gonna. Oh my god. That's gonna. Oh my god. Ow. It keeps on hitting once. Oh no, not even my tabby wife. No.
I'm so disappointed. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Good bonk.
No more teaching the dinosaurs very bad things.
I'm not even teaching her anymore. She's
bad.
He's the one researching now. I'm gonna have a lot of. Oh my god. I feel like a big one is growing. Oh.
Oh my god! Nachi, you tell fucking dinosaurs that too. Oh my god, no. Okay, I'm beating you with the brain with your fucking school. Why did you teach dinosaurs that 6, 7 fucking shit?
It's not me.
Why?
I think it's okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all. Hi, Bats. Welcome back.
Oh my god.
Welcome back.
Oh my god.
All my shit was crashing.
It's still going. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Double check.
Woke up.
7 days.
Oh my god.
Loaded, it crashed.
I'm the one that said sweetie do right now. Woke up.
Thank you for
But
the
then that's when, like, my-
dinosaurs.
Imagine the whole world got corrupted.
If it did, then I would just delete the game. I would just uninstall the game.
No.
That's a lot of effort. A lot more effort.
Shake the body. Shake it. Shake it.
Okay. It's loading. I'm already like at the main menu. And start.
I will.
I think that was just on me that my shit was crashing.
Oh my god, it's the derpy unicorn. Where's my candy? Huh? Where's my candy?
Stop being a scrimp. Oh, fine.
If I mess
Oh my god. The poor bat.
My god.
I'll be posting a recording of my wife saying some later. Oh my god.
There's nothing.
You're shit.
Y'all go and follow this silly derpy unicorn.
Silly
Sure be gonna
derpy.
stream Tuesday, right?
I'm gonna give you 5 big
stream
booms.
some con, right? We're gonna stream
Hi, Jordy.
Yes.
Geraldine, hey.
There it is. 197.
Okay, yeah. The world did
Star
like,
Wars is
I
so
loaded back in.
funny.
It's all good.
Okay, it's good.
It's all good.
Yep.
Oh, thank fucking god.
Yeah, it's just on me because my memory spiked up to like 97%.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
So something must have caused it to spike.
Yeah. It's all the bonking we did to Nachi.
Oh my god. Yeah, it might be that. What's crazy is that she signed my Miyabi Plus for free. What? For free? God damn. Hi, babe. Good morning. Hi. No, you're late. I'm about to end stream soon. I showed her my Miyabi Plus and she hacked it. Oh my goodness. Nice. No. Ow. 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 Owie. No, no. The bump is getting bigger. The bonky bump. Oh no, it's getting bigger. Oh no. Oh no. It's getting bigger. Oh no. Ow, it hurts a lot now. Oh my god. It's gonna bleed later. Oh my god. I need a lot of ice. Oh my god. Doc, you gotta heal me later. Roses keep Roses keeps on bonking me.
Yeah, that's what they do for teaching the lessons of all the best.
Oh my god, you have a big bonk on your head.
Ellie.
I think Darknesses has been corrupted and influenced. Absolutely, she has.
Oh my god, it's slowly growing.
Hi, Shadow. Hey, bonk mo.
No.
Hello,
Stop
hello.
hitting the book.
I have enough points.
Ow. This.
Oh,
Ow.
Hi, Jane.
have
Thank
Yeah.
you. You and your
Oh my
fucking
god. Rose is like using all her points just to bonk me.
You deserve every bonk that you're getting, by the way, young lady. Every single bonk you're getting, you deserve. Everyone.
No, not even with Tabby Wife. No.
Every single one you deserve.
No.
For what you've done.
Ah, yes, I love his noises to the music to my ears.
Darna says no, bad, Fritz, no, bad, no.
We don't talk about that.
Stop it.
We don't talk about that.
See what he did, Nachi. See what he did. This is why you did the bong. See? This is what he
No. No, I don't even know what Darkness is saying. Oh no, my god. Owie.
Fucking knock it off.
Yeah, bonk her.
No, Darkness, why do you keep on saying it? I don't even say it anymore, even them.
The innocent and pure fucking Darknesses with your fucking 6-7 crap.
Oh my god, my bump is growing. Oh no. It's growing more. It's getting bigger. Oh my god.
It's just because you're happy.
Include.
Well.
Post the Zoro emote is crazy. I will do that to my wives. Thank you, everyone. It was
It was
fun.
very fun.
It was very fun.
Oh my
Very
god,
fun,
what the
very
It was
fuck?
indeed
What
fun.
the fuck? What hell? No. What? Huh?
What's going on?
What? Oh my goodness. Subs.
Oh my god.
Gifted 5.
Oh my goodness.
Gifted subs to. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Thank you. Oh, you got one to set, man. And thank you for the 7 treat. What the hell?
W Summers.
557. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, gifted sub. Oh my god. Hello.
Oh man, I have work again tomorrow. It's crazy.
Thank you, Kitty. Thank you for the gifted subs.
W.
W, Kitty. Thank you.
Big W.
Big W's.
I am going to hop out of the call, but thank you guys for the amazing 7 days to die.
Thank you as well. It was fun.
We had fun blowing up holes and everything like that.
Yeah.
What
up holes? Holes?
Holes?
Nicole is leaving us. I mean, I can
Blowing
stay.
up holes.
I'll stay. I'll stay. I'll stay. I'll stay.
No, Nicole is leaving.
I'll stay. I'll leave. Oh my god.
We blow up holes. We also fill holes.
I mean,
The holes that fucking
I
bad.
could do art, but it's not appropriate for Twitch. I'd have to go to a different website for that.
Oh?
You have to go to the blue Twitch.
Oh my. Yes, it was very fun. Thank you, everyone.
It
for-
was so fun.
Yeah,
Until
take
next
care.
time.
Yeah.
Until next time, indeed.
Hey, babe.
Till the next time.
What?
Mwah, mwah.
I sent you a question.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Wee. Wah. Wee.
Dog, can I have some, please?
Huh? There you go.
Oh my god,
Oh
now
my.
it's. Oh my god, the bump is shrinking. I got healed a little bit.
Oh, really? No.
Uh-oh.
Oh, really?
No, just when I got some healing from dog. No, no, don't increase it anymore.
Nice. Day 7. Yeah.
You know what you did.
No.
You need to atone for your sins.
Atone for your sins.
I mean, your soul is delicious because you signed the scene so much. I can't eat it, but still, atone for your fucking sins. How dare you?
Owie.
How dare you? Out of the
Owie.
innocent and pure
Eight,
Dionysus.
9.
You horrible being.
No, Zoinks.
Zoinks.
Zoinks, why?
Zoinks.
What you had to do? Oh my god, why you had to do 8, 9? Oh my god.
Oh, is that like Skin Monty?
I think so.
Happy life.
Yes.
Debbie, why?
What? Bean? And then
Thanks for the
Rina
birthday
be
wish. I
Bruno.
forgot to respond. Don't worry, that's fine. I hope you had an amazing birthday.
Zoinks, don't let me. They're gonna bug me more.
Oh my god.
I like that Bats calls my cat Beef and Bean Burrito.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Our cat's name is Bean, but I say Bean and Beef Burrito.
Oh my god.
Burrito.
Oh boy.
Beanie beanie beanie.
That's right. Oh my gosh, buddy. I know. You act like you've never had love in your life.
The bean burrito.
The beanie
I
meat.
get advanced love, like mine. Except mine is fucking spread on the floor like a bitch. Oi! You're covering the entire fucking floor. Where am I gonna go to the bathroom now?
No, you're stuck. Dang it, hell divers won't load. No!
Just step over.
Ooh,
every time I do
55
that,
stream
she
streak.
just clings into my leg.
Nice.
Stop it,
It's because
Bean.
he loves you.
Yeah.
55 stream streak. Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
I
sad
might
I
do
lost
some
mine.
cards.
I lost mine.
Oh no.
I have 47k points
what I
on
wanna
dog.
do.
I'm still so far away from ASMR.
Bean.
You really want the
They're
ASMR so
saving up for the
bad.
ASMR.
Ooh, yeah.
Can I donate points? Can I donate points?
I freaking did a little ASMR one time to call out Nachi, and apparently Nachi almost fainted.
Oh
Yep,
my.
yep. It was so good.
No, no,
What
no,
no.
No.
Oh, no. But it was so
No.
good though.
You're such a total lard, dude. I love you, but you're so junky, man.
You made it. You made it like so out loud though, dude. Like you put a nosebleed emoji and you were like, that shit was so good I fainted for 0.5 seconds. It's like what?
Sorry.
What the fuck?
I was being
I was
honest.
like, dude, I appreciate your honesty.
That's wild.
Yep. And I'm out of points.
Okay. Yes, I'm finally free of pocket. Yes. Yes.
Don't worry, I can find another way to get the points.
No. No. No.
You mean
test me.
No.
you
No.
mean mayonnaise?
Not even dog. No,
Quick back.
dog.
Join us.
Not you too. No. No. After you healed it, you're the one bonking. How dare you, dog? Why?
Look, dude, I gotta continue.
You're
getting
the
my money
doctor
somehow,
here. Why
alright?
you're hurting your patient?
The Lord giveth of the Lord taketh.
That's only the light bonkings too. Imagine if I
Oh
gave
my
you the full
god.
power.
Ow.
You'd probably die.
No, please no.
Hope you have punches.
You'd probably die. Good thing I'm a doctor.
Let the meds take me. Fun stream. Hope dark goes well if you do it, Necromancer. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Good night. I might summon Sawyer in here to do it instead. Because I think I've had enough. I've had enough.
I might chill. I don't know what to do though.
I might just end the stream and just wait for my friend to show up.
I'm also gonna just chill and then go sleep.
You should
Maybe I'll
take
chill
another
with,
nap.
Maybe I'll chill
Yeah.
with Retro Rewind or something.
Only
Yeah,
had
fucking
3
go
hours of
sleep, woman.
nap yet. I'ma go sleep. I was awake for 30 hours.
Oh my god! Go to
Yesterday. I
Well,
only
now-
took a
well,
3
now I
hour
am-
nap.
Well, now I'm gonna
Alright.
bonk you till you
No,
fucking fall
no,
asleep.
no, please. I'm gonna go sleep after this,
Then
please.
go to bed.
I'm gonna chop off your internet
Go to
cable.
bed.
No, please. Oh my god. Not my LAN cable, please. No, it's so hard to get them. Gotta sleep. Gotta sleep.
Alright. You
Yeah, I'm gonna go
what
eat.
I say? I'm gonna. Where is this?
Oh my
I still love my wives though, even though they beat me. Even though they give me bonkies. I love my wives.
Oh my god, look at that pretty white face. Oh my god. You're pretty.
No, Zoe, stop.
Are you eating Nachi?
Very, very kissable.
I'm eating.
Yeah, very kissable. My wife, she's so pretty. She's so pretty. Oh my god, look at those pretty eyes.
Bro, you got
I'm not a
problem.
furry.
Bro, you got
Well,
problem.
then I'm not for you. No, am I? That's fine. You're about to get an elf anyway. I'm sick of you. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go cuddle my husband and take a
I'm gonna call my husband, take a nap. It's your nappy time.
nappy time.
Community napping time.
But I
Bye.
love you guys. Have a good night.
Good
Good
night.
night. Good night. Good night.
I miss her already.
Bye.
Me too.
Bye. 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 Bye.
Jesus Christ, man. I'm also gonna leave call. I'm just gonna go chill on Retro Rewind for a little while before.
Shame.
call it
I'm just
there.
gonna yap and end the stream.
I'm
Thanks for
probably gonna
playing.
take a night.
Thanks for playing, everyone.
It was fun. Thank you
I'll wait for the next
again.
time.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just stay at the stream and still be here for a while.
Wah.
Wah.
Why did you sound like a squished duck?
Wah.
Oh my fucking
Oh
god.
my god.
Hey.
That was so accurate.
You
I'll
came
catch
to
you
see.
guys later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Hold on, I was just still I was chatting on their streams. That's why I was so. Yay for brain rot, Donald Dog Noises. That was an awesome stream. It was. Go sleep or else bonking continues. No, please no, no, no more bonking, please. Can't you see it's so big already? It's almost as big as my face. That was so amazing. Aw, Rose is ending stream. Nicola is still yapping. Okay. Oh my god, why am I lagging? What the fuck? Why am I suddenly lagging? What the hell? Seems everyone else is. Yeah, except Doc, I guess. Doc is still playing Retro Rewind. I'm gonna go to the yapping screen. Hold on. No! Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me move the remove the bonkies. And also this one is soggy already. Okay. Thank you everyone. Honestly, this was a fun stream today. I believe this is the best this might be the best part of my weekend. It was so fun. Hey, Cosmic! Why? What did he do to you? That's crazy. Alright, let's gap a little bit.
Do you see that, Nachi?
Let me close the
Time
game.
to hydrate with some
Hydrate!
Kirkland signature purified water using code
Andy
Moo.
Moo. Here you go. Cheers. Okay. Oh my god. I was laughing most of the time on that part. Like, I mean, I didn't really teach Darnus the 6-7 meme. I mean, she said like, oh yeah, I know 6-7. I'm like, oh, 6-7? 6-7, and then I just showed off the toggle, the arm toggle that I have, and so no. No. I was planning to raid you after this. Oh no. I'm sorry. I was telling a story. No. I'm not. No, Rose, no. No bonking more. No more bonking, please. No more bonking, please. But hi. Hello. Hi, hello. Arizona's community. Welcome. Welcome. Vampies, don't forget to follow Arizona. Yes. They're very awesome military android VTuber. Yes. I had a fun stream. Yeah. I'm gonna stay a little bit longer since you raided. But yeah. How was Blood on the Clock Tower? Whoa. How is it? How is it? Did you win? Did you win? Did you win? How is it? Go say no, you guys. There's a raider. There's raiders. We gotta welcome them properly. Yes. I hope you had a fun stream too. Is a social deduction game that I storytell on Saturdays. Oh, you play? Do you play with your community or with friends? That sounds fun though. It's really fun, and oh my god, that's interesting. Yeah. To Odaza's community, and of course the streamer themselves. Feel free to raid and dash if you need to do some after stream care stuff. If you gotta hydrate, you gotta eat something, feel free to do so. Yes, you're all welcome here. You can feel free to just chill and be cozy with us. Yes, we're just yapping right now. We just finished playing 7 Days to Die. And I decided like I'm gonna yap for a little bit more. Just a bunch of fellas, yeah. Oh, I see. I'll leave a like and go take care of myself. Oh yes, please do. You've done so well today. I'm so proud of you. Have a good rest of your day or night. Please take care of yourself. That came from the community of Autozone as well. Feel free to lurk or take care of yourself as well. Okay. You get some good rest or just chill, you know. Feel free. You're welcome here. Mwah. All right. So I was talking about like the reason why I've been getting bonked a lot today. Was because I got accused of teaching someone the dreaded number. I mean, yeah, I do say it from time to time to get reactions from friends, but I'm not really an advocate of it. It just happened that there's this one person in the friend group that kept on saying it because they just recently discovered the brain rot, and now they're very interested in knowing a lot of brain rots. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, brain rot, that I that's me. But yeah, but not all brain rots I support, honestly. There's a lot of brain rots out there. My brain rots are usually just my stims or my what is ticks? No. I forgot the word. But yeah. Thank you for the headbutt dog. Have fun doing retro rewind. Oh yeah. A bit later I'll do the SO train, the shout out train for my friends. Alright, T. Also, wait, since Odazoda's not streaming anymore, I was targeting Odazoda. I'm like, oh man. Oh, I guess I could raid back. I could pay back the raid to Maki today. I hope. Yeah. Let's do that later. I hope they're still streaming later. I hope she's still streaming later. We will raid the Maki later. Since she raided us yesterday. Yes. Wait, Cosmic, since when are you so what? What? Thank you though. Thank you for the sub. So we're just chilling, you know. Might sing a little and stuff. I'm not yet on the singing mode yet. It was gifted. Oh yeah, I remember Nicola gifted it to you, right? Oh yeah, yeah. My bad, yeah. But yeah, that was lovely though. Alright, wait, where did I put it? Maybe I could go stream as well on TikTok? Do I stream on TikTok for a bit? But it was fun though. Like today was very, very fun. I really like 7 Days to Die. Like even though I'm just like goofing around, like even though it wasn't my mission, I just kept on looting and looting and looting stuff. I just like doing that. And then when Rose asked for my help to gather wood, I was like locked in. Chopping all the trees around the vicinity, planting the seedlings for future tree yes, harvesting. But yeah. Battlefield 6? Oh. Wait. We might be cooking with that cosmic. I haven't done my dailies yet. Since it's just reset, I could do Battlefield. But if I do Battlefield, I cannot stream on TikTok. Yeah, maybe we could do that. You know what? That sounds a good idea to me. That really sounds like a good idea to me. Okay. So this and then this. Okay. Not addicted? No. I found a new word now. Cosmic, I found a new word. It's not addicted. No, it's not. No. We're not gonna say not addicted anymore. The right word is I'm invested. But I mean, honestly, not addicted has kind of been like a word, like been part of like the inside joke of the community, right? Like, oh, you're playing that game always. Not addicted. No one's addicted. And no one's addicted. And then suddenly, like recently, Bat said, like, "Oh, I really invested in Helldivers," and I'm like, oh, I can use that word. And then I started using like I'm like, yeah, I'm very invested in Helldivers. Not addicted. Very invested. Yes. Kind of miss Schnibble's presence. He's sleeping. Yeah. He's on a holiday right now. But he will probably be awake around let's say 3 to 4 hours from now. So I doubt he could join today. If he does, then it's okay. I mean, yeah. We all like the Schnibble. Yeah. Oh, we all like the good jellyfish man. My mod do be like that. I don't know. Both of my German mods are like that. Yeah. Honestly, oh my god. Speaking of mods, I think I do need to get one. I need one because I keep on like having troubles with like stuff, but I also am like what shy? Not I don't know if shy is a word. I kind of feel like I don't want to be a burden or something like that. Yeah. Oh, the potato? He's been a mod for a lot of communities already. I don't know if he can still, like that's gonna be very hard, especially if like multiple of us like are streaming. Like I believe he's a mod for Papaya. He's a mod for. Is he a mod for Bat? He can do it. Why? Why would you do that to? Why would you do that to the Stanky? It's okay. I don't wanna burden him anymore with like responsibilities of being a mod. I appreciate that he's a big part of the community. Like, you know, the running gag that I always like diss him and he disses me back. That's just like it's not really hate, you know, by the way. Yeah. In private we do DM like normally, like a normal people. We talk about a lot of stuff and we vibe a lot, you know. I enjoy messing with them. I don't know why. I guess it's just Zoro. like that's just the Zoro potato that he is. Like yeah. Like most of the people around him are like that. Like Seth is like that to him, and what else is bad? Yeah, bad too. I guess. Yeah. In my end, I don't know. We just had that interaction once that where I kind of like started saying fuck you to him, and it started there. And then when we DM like, oh, I don't really mean that, by the way. It's just a gag. And then he said like, yeah, I don't mean it as well. I hope you don't get like you don't get um mad at me or something. And I'm like, yeah, I believe that's just like, you know, just teasing, playful teasing. But if I get too far, please let me know. And he said the same thing to me, and I'm like, yeah. So it's a mutual agreement that we always diss each other in public, but in DMs we're like normal people and just yapping and stuff. Yeah. Privately, yes. It's funny though, like it's funny, right? Like whenever I make like I diss him and stuff, or like yeah. It's a good friendship, honestly. He's a good friend. Zara is a very, very genuine good friend, yeah, to me. I like Zara as a friend, yeah. Okay, this is not a punishment wheel, okay? I'm not praising Zara. Fuck you, Zara. Fucking potato. I didn't mean Autozara, okay? It's I have another person named I have a friend named Zora Potato. He's a fox potatoes. Yeah. Was waiting for that one. Yeah, just when there's a Zora that rated me, that's crazy. But yeah, I call them Oro. Yeah. I met Oro on Twitter. X now. It's X now. X. Who says X? Just kidding. I'm slowly getting perked up because of the matcha too. So yeah, I saw Otto on Twitter, and we kind of bonded when Silenus attacked me and stuff. X marks the spot. Oh my god, that is a classic line. I remember that on Dota, they made it like a skill name too for Admiral Konka, was it? I forgot. But yeah, the origin the first Dota, yeah. I'm a Dota player, by the way. Before. I did play MOBA games before.
Hello.
But not not anymore. Kids, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
I'm a lechon player. Oh my. Oh no. Why do you have to mention lechon to me? I'm on a diet. I would. I've in the past few days I've been just eating healthy food. In the past few weeks, I mean. Yeah, I came with the raid and been listening. It's been good vibes. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Glad you're liking the vibes here. Yeah, we're just vibing. Fuck, fucking diet. We love lechon. I mean, I love lechon. I swear, I love lechon. If only I could. Oh my god, if I could always eat it without having repercussions, like my blood pressure spiking up. If I, oh my god, if my neck wouldn't, like, not neck, my nape wouldn't hurt. We always have this stuff like with high blood pressure, cholesterol spiking up and stuff. We're almost done with a major order. Wait, really? Oh my goodness. Wait, are you still hell diving, Shadow? Oh my god. I got back on. Very invested indeed. Not addicted. About to dive. Oh my god. Are you full? I'm not asking it to join, but I'm just asking for the ask. Nah. Oh. Are you with Satric? And then who are you diving with? Or are you just doing solo and just joining strangers? Honestly, it's okay to join randos and helldivers on the hardest one, yeah. Solo dive. But open, like, to public, right? Like, I still get things done, though. Yeah. It's easier to do harder missions when you are a full squad instead of, like, yeah. Democracy! Yes! Gotta spread that democracy for Lady Liberty! It's a good one. I like Helldivers. Ever since Bat gifted it to me 3 weeks ago, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play this a lot. So I have an option for when I'm fed up of Battlefield, I can go Helldivers. And when I'm fed up of Helldivers, I go to Battlefield. For liberty! I can get far solo, but the team helps out a lot. Yeah, I know, right? Bro, I was so... It was so funny, like, yesterday, before you joined the VC, when me and Snowball was playing it, just the two of us, and it was a private run. It was like there's that mission where we had to take down the big squid in the sky. We're trying to find the hatch lock. Like, and I'm like, it took us 10 minutes. We were going around until, like, there's nothing marked on the map. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck was that? Where is the fucking... Where's the fucking hatch lock is nowhere to be found. And then I'm like, I managed to stumble upon it when I went to the little park, the circle park thing. And I'm like, wait, what is examine and stuff? And I'm like, oh, this is the hatch lock. Y'all play on lower difficulty. Yeah, it's because Snowball doesn't have the other levels unlocked yet. On my end, I am already at level 8. 2 more levels and I have Super Hell Dive unlocked because I keep on diving solo. Or I keep on diving with you, honestly. I keep on diving with you with level 10, right? Yeah. It's better that you host so Snowball can unlock the other levels easier. It unlocks easier if you do Super Hell Dive. Yeah, but you gotta warn Snibberlo. Because there's like some maps
that we get ganged up with the cockroaches, the roaches, the bugs. Like they just come out of nowhere. And also like the squids, they suddenly just drop out of nowhere from the sky, and I'm like, what the fuck? Where did y'all came from? And they take so much bullets to kill too. Especially the, what you call it, big brawler thing that has a lot of hands and big eye and many eyes. It's so hard to kill that thing. Then for the base, you'll just need better arsenal. Honestly, yeah, that's true, because we're still very new to the game. I want to play more of that, like focus on warband and stratagems. Yeah. I have unlocked a little bit more of stratagems now, especially orbital, the eagle ones, and the handheld ones. Yeah. I'm targeting the I wanna wait. I wanna do the C4 one. Because when I saw you do that, it was like, holy shit, what the fuck? You can one hit a C4, the illuminate warship. Meanwhile, even a orbital gatling cannot even kill a illuminate ship. I'm like, what? A C4 is far better? It's so crazy. If you like stealth, go for it. Honestly, I'm not really a stealthy person. But yeah, I don't think I can do stealth really, but I just want the C4. I just want the C4. I just want to try it. Redacted and ODST are great for that. Oh, I don't know that. But yeah, I'm gonna save up for it. Yeah, gonna dive a little bit more in the future. Yes. I'll let you know if I go dive, and if you're free, you can join. Yeah, I like playing with friends, cause y'all carry me. I always like, I waddle like a duckling whenever I play with you or dog or bat. I'm like, wait for me. I don't know what to do. But I kind of get greedy when I see like like those colonies in the bug planets, like you just have to throw a bomb on them, right? So I kind of get greedy with those and dive into that place solo and then die in the process. I get but I have fun. I have fun doing it. I mean, to some people, they might be like, they might get angry or something because they keep on dying, because I mean, that's what Helldivers is, and that's what Battlefield is. So I don't care about the bad ping. I don't care about the gameplay itself. As long as I have fun, like, oh yeah, I get to explode that shit. Oh boy, that's funny. So some people are like very angry when they get the bad ping. Meanwhile, me, I'm like, yeah, I'm chill, you guys. I'm a chill, you know. Some people get competitive in the games. I'm like, yeah, be competitive all you want. I'm a support you. Yeah. Okay, I forgot. I'm eating my overnight oats. I prepared an overnight oat today. I mean yesterday. I put strawberry in it, strawberry jam. I don't have the frozen strawberries yet. I ordered it, but it's not yet here. But yeah. Also, like yesterday, oh my god. Yesterday I was so like very, very emotional on the latter part of the stream. I mean, I was so exhausted probably of the 14-hour stream. I'm like, man. I'll just vibe, you know. Or unstream and vibe. I want to take off the stress. But yeah, I got my lessons learned from that one. Coming back to time to figure it out. You were right here all along. It's like I'm a mirror. My mirror staring back at me. I got it on inside of me. Didn't make it to finish. It's one. It's just like I'm a mirror. My mirror is staring back at me, staring back at me. Oh, wait. Oh shit! Didn't I promise today the karaoke stream? But I'm about to go sleep soon though. I'll wait. Let me double check. Isn't it today? The 7 days to die. It was supposed to be karaoke before 7 days to die, if I remember. Oh shit! It was. I'm back. Yep, it was today. It was supposed to be today. Karaoke time and then 7 days to die. But it happened that I ended stream so late and I lacked time to sleep because I had to do a lot of like IRL stuff as well for myself. I have to take care of myself and my dog. So I only had 3 hours of sleep and I was late to the collab for 1 hour. Thank goodness for to the stanky potato to that woke me up. I asked him on I asked him last minute like, Stank, can you wake me up? Can you wake me up when the collab is starting? Can you call me and stuff? I'ma leave my phone on like big loud noises. Also, I'll put on alarms so before you call, I have a possibility of waking up before you call. And I didn't go. I had 2 phones, all with alarms with 5-minute intervals for 30 minutes. And I had my PC on full blast speaker. So in case Zaro calls me, I would be able to wake up because the PC's gonna full blown like speaker my ears, and also my phone will be also ringing in case. And it happened. He was able to wake me up at exactly 6 a.m. But after like saying like, oh yeah, I'm awake now, I fell asleep again. I passed out. I passed out. I fucking passed out for 1 more hour, and then he called me again. I think he called me multiple times after I fallen asleep, but I wasn't able to wake up. But he was able to wake me up after 1 hour, and I'm like, okay, I gotta answer this, or else I'm gonna go sleep again. And then I answered like, hello, I'm awake now. I'm awake now. I'm getting up now. I'm getting up. Then I immediately like stood up so I don't get back to sleep. And then I just like, yeah, I fed Noggy, I fed my dog, and started setting up the stream. And when I joined the VC earlier, they're like, yo, you have that e-boy fuckboy e-boy fuckboy voice, and I'm like, yeah, well, yo, what's up, baby girl? So funny. But really, that's my voice when I wake up. I rarely talk to people when I'm still just woken up. I believe only my mods have heard me in my morning voice. And like, my brain's still mushy. Like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm very I was very, very sleepy. I mean, I was awake for like 31 hours and then I took a nap, a 3-hour nap. It was supposed to be 2-hour nap, it became 3-hour. Guess I passed the fuck out after I got woken up for the first time by Zara. Some random I'm just killed me. What? They killed you for the spear is crazy. That is crazy. Post the fuck out, sleep it. Yeah. Bad. I mean, I could do that. I really do have like that low voice, I guess. For a woman. I don't know. You usually sound dehydrated when you wake up. Yeah, so. Well, honestly, ain't all people dehydrated when they wake up from sleep because they've been doing all that stuff while they're asleep, and also like maybe because I snore. Well, at least today I didn't pass out while on stream, right? It's been like how many streams has it been since I last slept on stream, right? I've been known to sleep on stream, but it's been so long since I slept on stream, okay? But if I do, please please be easy on me. You can wake me up using my emote sounds if you can. Like I do get woken up sometimes. Like everyone just spamming the loud ones. True. Yeah. Hold on, let me drink. So let me give your heart a break. I can see it in your eyes. You're trying to smile it away. Some things you can't disguise. Maybe I can need the ache. So let me give your heart a break. Give your heart a break. I keep getting distracted. What are we gonna do? I could do some singing action. Or I could do Battlefield. Or we could just continue yapping. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying streaming. I really love streaming. If only, man, if only I can make this my major income source. But nah. We are gonna be a 9 to 5 a 9 to 5 worker. Honestly, I'm an 8 to 6 worker. 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. worker. I'm a night shift worker. So that's why my streams always starts at like very early morning in my time. I got used to streaming at 5 a.m. I haven't gotten away from it. But I think I might move it a little bit more. We don't know. In the future, I might move it, but not now. I mean, I'm still trying to find a new job and stuff. Yeah. So how is everyone? Yeah. I hope everyone's having a good day so far. Wait, where's my... All this time that I'm yapping, my translation is not here. Where my translation at? There we go. But wait, hold on. Let me change the music. There we go. Yes. We don't love anymore. What was all of it for? Ooh, we don't talk anymore like we used to do. I just heard you found the one you've been looking for. I wish I would've known that wasn't me. I wanna sing. But I gotta sleep. I need sleep, honestly. And also to fix my sleep schedule because I work late night. But I have a stream. Wait, do I have? Oh yeah, I do have a stream as well tomorrow. I'm just gonna play Helldivers and Battlefield 6. That's the plan. So I could just like not play Battlefield 6 for now. So when I start stream tomorrow, I mean tomorrow on my end, later for everyone in the west side of the world, I could potentially just like do Battlefield back there. And if I do the karaoke stream right now, the 4-hour karaoke stream right now, that's possible. I will be sleeping very late again. And I'm gonna miss out my pookie time. Wait, is Zoinks here? Zoinks is not here. That is new. Whoa. Probably gaming or something, but yeah. I wanted to ask how it went for the convention and stuff. Oh, dear horses. Don't wanna know, can I dress you're wearing tonight? Oh. Oh, he's playing Dead by Daylight? Oh, okay. No, I see. We don't talk anymore like we used to do. Oh my goodness, that's a good convention pictures. It looks nice. Oh, V-card. Oh, that's giddy. Oh, nice. There's a lot of VTubers there, yeah. There's even meet and greets. Nice. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds nice. They are still. Wait, are they watching right now? Oh, no, they're not. They're probably gaming or something. We are free. We are aliens. Alrighty. Gotta play Dead by Daylight again, even though I know it sucks cheeks. I've been like invited to play that game a lot of times already too. But I don't have the games. I don't have the game. Thankfully. I don't know if I'm gonna enjoy that game. Because I'm not like I believe that requires like cooperation with the team, and if I fumble and stuff, I'm like gonna be a liability or like a burden to the team. That's why I don't play much like games like Shinova or Valorant or Rainbow Six. I don't play those even though they're free. I don't play CS because they're like games that require you to be like locked in, and you have to be more accurate with stuff because you only have one life per round, like unlike Battlefield or Helldivers where you can just like, yeah, you can rest, like you can resuscitate and stuff. Yeah, you can just like spawn again. That's why I kind of like those games. Yeah, Battlefield, Helldivers, Deep Rock, Deep Rock. Yeah, you can also like do that. And also, wait, oh my god, it's been so long since I did Deep Rock. Oh, and I also want to do Oh my god, I want to play a lot of games. Too much games, so little time. God damn. The dilemma of a player. The dilemma of a gamer. But yeah. What about all the places that have been disaster? Oh, what about us? What about us? Sticks and blows they may break these bones, but I'm never ready. Are we ready? You get ready. You get ready. You know what? I'm gonna sing a little song. I'll sing some songs. I hope Maki is still alive. Wait. I'll sing. The fuck is wrong with my mouse? What did I do to you? Why are you being like that to me? God damn, this mouse sucks, man. Guess I'm just gonna load that later. Did I hear Dead by Daylight? Yeah, I mean, you invited me. Some of my friends have invited me as well to play that game. And I'm like, nah, I don't have the game. And also, I'm lucky to not have the game. Because I think I'm gonna be just like a burden and stuff to the other team members. Because I'm not really good with, mobility stuff. Like, with controls. But yeah, if I ever have that in the future, of course I'm gonna try it. If I like it, I'm gonna like it. If not, then yeah. Because I've been seeing like players like Zoinks, just like your auntie, right? She's really good with the game. I can see it. Like she definitely is very very invested in the game. Very very invested I really like that word now. So like it takes a sweat, yeah, to be a sweat as well. So yeah, over 1,000 hours is crazy. See, I don't have that hours in Battlefield or in Helldivers or even in Repo has around 500 hours. Battlefield has, I think, 600 hours now. But I'm not, like, I'm not really sweat. There's more sweats in that game than me. I might say I'm invested. Trying to adopt the new word. I'm invested. Also, Zoinks, I was looking for you earlier. How was the convention? I saw the pictures. It was good. Also, I saw you playing and you're with Laggy. How is it? You two playing Dead by Daylight? Or just yapping or something? Really depends on. No, he wanted to catch up with me. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm not gonna pry any further though. I just hope he's not like making you like stressed though. Yeah. I mean, he's not like that person. Well, take your time. I mean, he is a very busy person. Asking about how the convention went. Oh yeah, same. I saw the pictures, so he probably saw the pictures and wanted to catch up with you. Oh, ad! No!
Get glued.
Get glued. The Nicola is done swimming. No! What? Cosmic! I'm gonna leave you with Laggy, you know. Feel free to focus on yapping with him, okay, Zoinks? You can rarely talk to the Laggy. He's always busy with work probably. And IRL stuff, and he's spooky. So you can rarely catch up with them. I'm gonna sing some songs. And then we'll dip. I just wanted to sing a little bit. Just to prep up my voice or something. I don't know where. Why. I just wanna sing. Yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna sing some chill songs for everyone. And also since we have raiders, and we guess they could like hear some music and stuff. Golden? No. No. You want me to sing Golden? Pay up. Just kidding. I need a lot of preparation to sing Golden. And whenever I am prepared, like, bruh, Cosmic, when I was prepared to sing, like, last stuff, said Kim Battlefield 6. No, you're not a moderator to do that. So, what you call it? When was it? Yesterday? Yeah. No, what was it? The last stream, 2 days ago. I had to sing 13 songs because of the Donaton incentive for Bat and Fire. So I'm like, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, so huh? Yeah, I had to sing 13 songs, and when I was prepped up, I wanted to sing Golden, and then I was like, Cosmic, is Cosmic here? Where is Cosmic? And then you're not in the chat, and I'm like, oh man, so I'm not gonna sing Golden. But I remember I sang, was it How It's Done, I think. How It's Done. Yeah. You're always not there whenever someone whenever I wanna sing Golden. Hi Miss. Good afternoon. Hi. Oh, you use Noge, huh? Mm-hmm. There's the Noge. Who DM me? Who DM me? Wait, let me check Discord.
Up good a cub.
Who DM me? What? Where's that noise coming from? There's a beep, beep. Where did that game came from? Well, I don't see it, so it is what it is, I guess. No gay. Wait, I didn't hear it. Wait, what? The Noge emote didn't play? 7 stream streak! Yeah! Oh, the happy didn't even play. What? What's wrong? Why is it not
good at
playing? The happy didn't play though. Should have played it. Oh, it's the small happy that plays it. I see. Wait. Oh yeah, it's the small happy. Hold on. Let me add the big happy too. Hold on. Yeah, it's the small happy. Oh, ad break. I wait for y'all. Ad break. Wait, where's my ad break stuff? Oh shit, I forgot it here. Ads are playing, but there's no game, so we're just gonna vibe, you know? We're just gonna vibe. Ooh, I'm blinded in the night. Hi, SCP! Oh my god, you're late. You're late! But welcome. Not me because I'm subbed.
Time
Yeah.
to hydrate with some
Kirkland Signature
Purified
Purified
Water.
Water. Using code Andy Moo. Andy Moo. Okay, since as is ongoing, you know what? I'ma go pee. I'ma go pee as well. I'ma go pee. Okay? Have fun with this stuff. Okay? I'll be back. Hello, I am back. Okay, how is everyone going? Ads are also done. So, okay, let me read back. Hydrate. Okay. Me late because I was doing a lot of things. No, it's okay. I was joking. Feel free to prioritize your IRL stuff because that's important. Your IRL stuff is very important. Make sure to prioritize that before you're online, okay? Online stuff can wait. I posted the autographs. Wait. Let me see. Give me a worth it. I'm worth it. Give me a worth it. Nice! Oh my goodness! Oh, they signed the back of the head. That's crazy. What? That is crazy good. Oh, nice! They signed on the sword. Oh, that's so cool. You are so lucky. You are never ever washing that, okay? Never wash that plush nor that cover again, okay? The autograph stuff, okay? The printed one, you keep that framed. The plush, you are never washing that stuff. Yeah. 7 minutes 52 seconds. What? For what? Huh? I don't get it. What? For what? 7 minutes I was away? I was away? Bro, we're counting is crazy. You are the best fit for her. Somewhere along those lines, I said, "Aw, that's so sweet." Oh, I'm sure she was very, very happy to hear that from you. That's the best way to support a VA, honestly, yeah. I will be surprised if Cosmic is on the what do you call it? The one that got traction later, not later, recently, I think a couple months ago, which was the, what do you call that? The VTuber periods tracker site. Cosmic, I can see you doing that. Shut up, that stuff. I'm like, what the fuck? That's crazy. The VTuber period tracker website. Yeah. She does voice a lot of young male characters and she's happy to voice Miyabi. Yeah. Yeah, usually it's the girls that voice act boys, like little boy characters. Male, young male, yeah. Not as too much. I won't be surprised if you're gonna be there, honestly. Damn. But yeah, I was kidding. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. Ow! What did I do to you? I'm sorry. I was just kidding. Okay, let me set up this stuff. Give me, yeah, I'm worth it. I'm worth it. Give me, yeah, worth it. This and then these. We're gonna sing. Then I put on the mic. Yes. Let me just set it up real quick. Okay. Yeah. Just gotta edit Miyabi's message and I'll post it too. Oh, nice. Nice. You really like Miyabi, so yeah. That's good. I forgot to confess my love for Miyabi, which I was pissed at myself. No, you'll have another chance, hopefully. Because if they're gonna be active in like conventions and stuff, yeah, you could go there again and you can have more chances to talk with them, right? It was better than last time. Yes, that's good. That's good, and I'm proud of you for that. You did it. You did better. You are growing. You are improving, and that's what matters. Yes, that is what matters. All right. I'm gonna sing a chill one. Chill, just chill songs. Oh my god. And then I see Only Love Can Hurt, like this is crazy. Hmm. I wanna sing Lisa's song again. Sing Battlefield 6 is crazy. We talking about a power of friendship or something? What? Oh, what? The power of friendship is crazy. The One Piece. Oh, the One Piece. You can say the One Piece. Oh my god. What the hell did I come back to? Nah, Zoix was talking about his interaction with the Miyabi voice actor in the convention he went to. So yeah. So he was telling the what happened, like how did he interact and his regrets and stuff. Yeah. Cosmic is just like having fun in the chat as well. We must dive. The One Piece may be on Cyberstan. We must invested. You're very addicted, bro. No, no, not addicted. No one's addicted. No one's addicted. No one. Who said who's addicted? No one. No one is addicted. Yes. No one's addicted to Helldivers. Not addicted. Yeah? Yeah. Anyway, let me try and play this and hopefully it will play okay. Oh, it's too soft, I guess. Will this be okay? Okay. Banana. What is the banana with the If Coffee was here, Coffee will be very proud of that. Coffee likes banana a lot. Whenever I hear Helldivers, it's like jingling keys in front. Keys? 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 Who said keys? Keys? Oh my god, because of that, Noggy is here. Oh, hi. You heard the keys? You heard the keys? Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Oh my god, we got a dog. We have a dog. We have the dog. We have the dog. We have the dog here. Oh my god. My noggy doggy. Did you just wake up? Oh my god, you still have the thing in your eye. Let me clean that up. Hi. Hi, good morning, baby. Good morning, baby dog. How was the IPA, baby dog? How was the IPA, baby dog? The frog man is also asleep. Who's the frog man? Never mind, wrong group. Shadow? Shadow? Okay. Hi, Nuggy. Hi. Wait, I'm gonna give some love to the dog that is still very sleepy and decides to crash in my lap while half of her body is on the ground. Apologies, I'm a cheating on friend. Oh my
How
god.
good a cub.
Oh my god, he's cheating on us. Yeah, you were cheating. Earlier you arrived on Rose's first before mine. I'm like, what? Nah, it's okay. I'm gonna tease you for it though. Nuggy! Nuggy! Hi! Hi! Oh my goodness! Oh my dog! Oh my dog! I don't know, she's trying to steal me. Oh boy. Shadow. She probably don't care. I don't know. I mean, she's okay with the companionship, I'd say. Noggy's just falling down. You're falling asleep. And this dog. This dog is liking the the pets. She's falling asleep on my lap. Half of her body is. So good. Is the back scratching so good? Huh? Huh? The back scratching very good. This dog. This dog really likes the back scratches. Yes, yes, yes. She's falling asleep. No, again, no. Don't fall asleep on my lap. You're gonna have a problem with your joints if you keep on doing that, Anna. Okay. You go sleep on your bed. Go sleep under the. Okay. Go there, go there, go there. I'm gonna go sing a nap. Okay, now you want a different one, huh? Go sleep, go sleep. Now she wants the humpies. Is crazy. Okay. Okay, let's start singing. I just want to sing for a few moments and then we'll raid out. Then I'll go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Alrighty. Let's go. Reverb. And then here's the song. Okay, there we go. What else am I missing? What else am I missing? Can I? Oh my god, I can't. Ugh, that sucks. Golden? No. I don't have voice prep yet for golden. I'm gonna fumble it if I don't prep my voice. And prepping my voice will take around 6 to 8 songs. It depends on the quality. Yeah. Okay. Let's start it. Payphone? Oh, you want me to sing Payphone? I don't mind. Yeah, I'll sing that after this. I just want to sing Lisa's song. I kind of liked it. Okay, to the raiders that are still lurking in the chat, feel free to vibe, okay? I've been thinking that I've got no idea what you're thinking. Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you always gonna hate before that night in Tokyo? When it ended, I kinda hoped that it'd be open-ended, but you never look back. I guess you can't hold on to something once you let it go. But I know a place where we could be us. I know it ain't real, but it's real enough. From sun going down to sun coming up, it's like you're here with me. Whenever I close my eyes, it's taking me back in time. Been drowning in dreams lately, like it's 2019 maybe. Whenever I'm missing you, call you up but I can't get through. Don't know where you sleep lately, but I'll see you in my dreams. Maybe we can get trapped on a road street. All that we want is all that we'll ever be. It's bittersweet, at least a girl can dream. I guess I'm taking what I can get. Guess I don't get nothing new from your friends. If you got harder to side of a brain, then why is it harder for me to take? There's so much I might never get to say. But I know a place where we could be us. And no, it ain't real, but it's real enough. But sun going down to sun coming up, it's like you're here with me. Whenever I close my eyes, it's taking me back in time. Been drowning in dreams lately, like it's 2019 maybe. Whenever I'm missing you, call you up but I can't get through. Don't know where you sleep lately, but I see you in my dreams. Maybe we can get trapped down on Rose Street. If all that we want is all that we'll ever be. It's bittersweet, the least a girl can dream. No, it's only in my mind, playing 3 nights on the stereo, like a movie scene DiCaprio. Oh, I put our makeup on just to fall asleep. It's like you're here with me. Whenever I close my eyes, it's taking me back in time. Been drowning in dreams lately, like it's 2019 maybe. Whenever I'm missing you, call you up but I can't get through. Don't know where you sleep lately, but I see you in my dreams. Maybe we can get trapped on a road street. All that we want is all that we'll ever be. It's bittersweet. Can we be friends at least? All right. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Cosmic. Okay, we'll sing payphone since I missed you. Oh, thank you. I might have let me Noggy. Oh my god, this dog. Hold on. Let me check my camera. No one's in the gate, Noggy. No one is in the gate. What are you barking at? This dog is weird. There's no one there. What do you mean? Oh my god. Funny story, my friend made me sing payphone for his project when we were in school still. What? You sing? Shadow, you gotta sing. Let me hear. As Filipinos say, sample. Give us a sample. I don't sing anymore. No, that's not true. Everyone can sing. I swear. Come on, come on. Just once, just once. Payphone. Okay. Let me check if I need to adjust the pitch. Okay. I don't need to adjust it, I guess. Okay. Let's go. We're singing PayPal. Oh my god, it starts immediately. It's crazy. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where are the times gone? Baby, it's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? No, it's hard to remember the people we used to be. It's even harder to picture you're not here next to me. Is it ever too late to make it? Is it too late to try? All of our bridges burned down. I wasted my nights. You turned out the lights. Now I'm paralyzed, still stuck in that time when we called it love. But even the sun sets in paradise. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone, baby, it's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist, I would still be holding you like this. Full of shit. One more fucking love song, I'll be sick. Oh, turn our back on tomorrow as if I forgot yesterday. I gave you my love to borrow, but you just gave it away. You can't expect me to be fine. I don't expect you to care. And all of the bridges burned down, all of them. You wasted my nights. You turned out the lights. I'm paralyzed, still stuck in that time when we called it love. But even the sun sets in paradise. I'm at a payphone trying to go home. All of my change I spent on you. Where are the times gone, baby, it's all wrong. Baby, plans we made for two. If happy ever after did exist, I would still be holding you like this. And all those fairy tales are full of shit. One more fucking love song, I'll be sick. I'm at a payphone. That fuck that shit. I don't blah 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 blah. I don't rap. Not about overboard. I don't know overboard. Nhà bây giờ bà bây giờ bu ba bây giờ bây giờ bà bu switch every day with the five shit every day now to come nine shot and now listen for nothing I did the sun in yeah I'm gonna make the moment I did I'm at a payphone trying to go home. All of my change is spent on you. Where are the times gone? Baby, it's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist, I would still be holding you like this. And all those fairy tales are full of shit. One more fucking love song, I'll be sick. Now I'm at a
Tributes, huh?
payphone.
I will gladly accept it.
What? Oh my god, what? What? We have a gifter. Oh my god. Zux, thank you for gifting us up the set. Oh my god. No, oh no, my borkening dog. My doggy borkening. I don't know why she borkening even though there's no person in the gate. Anyway, thank you for gifting. Thank you, I appreciate it. Big appreciations. Sad, say thanks to Zox, okay, if you're here. If you're here, Sad, please. Please, sit. Move the glass. No. Okay. Any requests? I'm still a bit eager to sing. No, Kirby. No. Stop. Stop. No, Golden. Oh, I want to sing this one. I don't think I've sang this before. No, Golden. $10, I will sing Golden. Just kidding, please don't. I'm not doing Donathon anymore. No 10 bonks, no. Even if you bonk me, I will not sing Golden. Oh, headbutt, thank you, Zogs. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day today. Thank you for tuning into the stream. I hope you're having fun. I'm gonna sing another song. So if you're willing to just sit by and lurk or just, vibe with us and chill, that's good. That's good. I'll sing for everyone, okay? Okay, let's do that again. The strands in your eyes, the color them are wonderful. Stop me and steal my breath. And emeralds from mountains, thrust towards the sky, never revealing their depth. And tell me that we belong together. Dress it up with the trappings of love. I'll be captivated. I'll hang from your lips instead of the gallows of heartache that hang from above. And I'll be your crying shoulder. I'll be love suicide. And I'll be better when I'm older. I'll be the greatest fan of your life. And rain falls angry on the tin roof as we lie awake in my bed. And you're my survival, you're my living proof. My love is alive and not dead. And tell me we belong together. Dress it up with the trappings of love. I'll be captivated. I'll hang from your lips instead of the gallows of heartache that hang from above. And I'll be your crying shoulder. I'll be your love suicide. And I'll be better when I'm older. I'll be the greatest fan of your life. And I've dropped out, I've burned up, I fought my way back from the dead. I turn in, I turn on. Remember the thing that you said. I'll be your crying shoulder. I'll be your love suicide. And I'll be better when I'm older. I'll be the greatest fan of your life. The greatest fan of your life. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. It's a chill song. The title is I'll Be by Edwin McCain, was it? Edwin McCain? Yeah, Edwin McCain. Thank you.
Time to hydrate with
thank
some
you for the headband
Kirkland
and the
signature
hydrate.
Purified water using code
Andy
Moon.
Moon. Here you go. Cheers. Oh my god, chandelier. No. Please, no. Alright, it's there. Nice. Oh, can I see? Can I see? Can I see? A message from Hoshimi Miyabi.
Hi, Jaden. It's me, Miyabi. I wanted to thank you for being the best proxy ever. And if you have any melon-flavored candy, please bring them my way. I'll be here all day at this table. But my heart will be wherever the melon candy is. High five.
Aw, that was so sweet! Oh my god! That was so sweet, Zoinks! Oh my god, you got to say her like, oh, you're so lucky! That video will stay in your inbox forever, in your phone forever, and like back it up multiple times, put it on multiple Google Drives, post it post it on your family social media multiple times. Yes, make sure to back that up so it never gets forgotten and it's never gets you have multiple ways to get the copy back in case it like you like something happens, like, you know, knock on wood that doesn't happen. But yeah. It's a good one. Oh my god, I'm so happy for you. Better yet, burn it in a DVD. Yes! On a CD, on a DVD, put it on a vinyl. Because why not, right? That's good. Like, you rarely have an interaction with VAs. Like, all those people are very busy, like, basically. Like, I'm sure you paid for that meet and greet, so you better, like, yeah, make sure it matters. Yes, it's there. Oh my god. Sorry for the burps. Oh, what if I do? We'll do a Maroon 5 song next. I'm gonna do a Maroon 5 song. Because why not, right? So this song is She Will Be Loved by Maroon 5. I just saw it on the list. So I'm like, why not sing it, right? Oh, too loud. What? Hold on. Beauty queen of only 18, she has no trouble with herself. He was always there to help her, she always belonged to someone else. I drove for miles and miles and wound up at your door. Ooh. I've had you so many times, but somehow I want more. I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. Look for a girl with a broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will be loved, and she will be loved. Knock on my door, I know I tend to get so insecure anymore. It's not always rainbows and butterflies, it's compromise, it moves us along. You can come anytime you want. I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with the broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will be loved, and she will be loved, and she will be loved, and she will be loved. I know where you hide, alone in your car. Know all of the things that make you who you are. I know that goodbye means nothing at all. Comes back and begs me, catch her every time she falls. Yeah, tap on my window, knock on my door. I wanna make you feel beautiful. I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with a broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will be loved, and she will be loved, and she will be loved, and she will be loved. So hard to say goodbye. Ooh, so hard to say goodbye. Thank you, thank you. Aw, it's okay. Too early. You were predicting it, huh? It's okay. I'm just scrolling into my stuff. Just scrolling into it, like, so you could see it. Yeah. Oh no, you don't see it yet. Oh my god, that's a very old song. I'm gonna lurk for a bit, gonna grind some more Diablo. Good luck with Diablo gaming! Have fun! Okay, next song would be another boy song. A boy band song, which is All or Nothing. Have fun looking. Have fun looking. Okay. I'm gonna sing All or Nothing by O-Town. Let me see if I need to adjust the vocals. Ooh. Yeah, I know that he's been on your mind. I thought with time you realize it's over, over. It's not the way I choose to live, and something somewhere's gotta give. The sharing this relationship gets older, older. You know I'd fight for you, but how could I find someone who isn't even there? I've had the rest of you, now I want the best of you. Don't care if that's not fair, 'cause I want it all or nothing at all. There's nowhere left to fall. When you reach the bottom, it's now or never. Is it all, or are we just friends? Is this how it ends, with a simple telephone call? You'll leave me here with nothing at all. Wait, I don't have a reverb. I'm sorry. There you go. I know that he's been deep to me, and sharing you with memories. I feel it in my heart, but I don't show it, show it. And there is times you look at me as though I'm all that you could see. There's times I don't believe it's right. I know it, know it. Don't make me promises, baby, you never did know how to keep them well. I've had the rest of you, now I got the best of you. It's time to show and tell, 'cause I want it all or nothing at all. There's nowhere left too far. When you reach the bottom, it's now or never. Is it all, or are we just friends? Is this how it ends? With a simple telephone call, you leave me here with nothing, 'cause you and I could lose it all. We've got no more room, no more room inside for me in your life. 'Cause I want it all or nothing at all. There's nowhere left to fall. It's now or never. Is it all or nothing at all? There's nowhere left to fall. When you reach the bottom, it's now or never. Is it all, or are we just friends? Is this how it ends? With a simple telephone call, you leave me here, nothing at all, or nothing at all. There's nowhere left to fall. When you reach the bottom, it's now or never. Is it all, or are we just friends? Is this how it ends? With a simple telephone call, you leave me here with nothing at all. Oh, thank you, Miss. I'm just winging it right now. I didn't even check if the song and if my vocals and the song is aligned, but yeah, I'm just like, you know. I'm hoping it's aligned because I have aligned it last stream. But it tends to change over time. So yeah, we'll see. It doesn't matter, love, you're saying. Aw, thank you, miss. Oh, I appreciate it. Oh my god, I haven't sang this one. Let's do this one. But wait, before that, let me just check. Can I still raid out? Let me. And also let me just let my friends. No! Wait, what? What the fuck is that noise? What? Pop pop? What's that pop pop? What's a pop pop? Pop pop? Huh? Sharky is live. Aw. You're both on BRB, but I will follow Sharky well. Yes. Okay, this Let's just make dog hydrate. She's sleeping. Okay. There, hydrate, and then let's just ask for headbands and for a healing kiss. There we go. Okay. 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 We're just gonna hydrate and lurk. He's gonna be like, Nachi. I heard headbands. Oh, thank you for the headbands, miss. Okay, that was on your end. Thought that was my Twitch me stupid. Wait, what? What was huh? Oh, the boop boop. The boop boop. Okay, I'm gonna wait for everyone. I wait for everyone. I wait for everyone. Wait, where's my ad break? Yes, I wait. I wait. I wait. I wait. I wait. I wait for everyone. Okay, get some water over into fridge. Let me put some background to that since I'm just like, just vibing right now. Color? No. Yep. That's better. Hmm. Hmm. Alright. Welcome back from the ads. Okay, now we are done. Yay! From the headbats. Thank you for the headbatters. And now we are gonna sing another one. This kind of okay, I guess. I haven't sang this one. I'm not a big Miley Cyrus fan, but kind of okay. This song kind of okay, It the title is Wrecking Ball. Okay, here we go. We come, we in our hearts and vain we jump, never asking why. We kissed, I fell under your spell and love no one could deny. Don't you ever say I just walked away, I will always want you. I can't live a lie, running for my life. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love. All I wanted was to break your walls. All I ever did was wreck me. Yeah, you wrecked me. I put you high up in the sky, and now you're not coming down. It slowly turned, you let me burn, and now we're ashes on the ground. Don't you ever say I just walked away. I will always want you. I can't live a lie, running for my life. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. All I wanted was to break your walls. All I ever did was break me. You came in like a wrecking ball. Yeah, I just closed my eyes and swung, left me crouching in a blazing fall. All you ever did was wreck me. Yeah, you wrecked me. I never meant to start a war. I just wanted you to let me in. And instead of using force, I guess I should have let you in. I never meant to start a war. I just wanted you to let me in. I guess I should have let you in. Don't you ever say I just walk away. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love. All I wanted was to break your walls. All you ever did was break me. I came in like a wrecking ball. Yeah, I just closed my eyes and swung, left me crouching in a blazing fall. All you ever did was break me. Yeah, you wrecked me. Yeah, you wrecked me. Oh, nice. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Alrighty. In 15 minutes I'll end the stream. So let's do a good one, I guess. Classic. We'll see. Someone might go out from the lurking for this. I remember black skies, the lightning all
all around me. I remembered each flash as time began to blur, like a startling sign that fate had finally found me. And your voice was all I heard, that I get what I deserve. So give me reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the floods cross the distance in your eyes. Give me reason to feel this hole, connect the space between. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies across this new divide. There was nothing inside but memories left abandoned. There was nowhere to hide, the ashes fell like snow, and the ground caved in between where we were standing. And your voice was all I heard, that I get what I deserve. So give me reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the floods cross the distance in your eyes, across this new divide. Somebody's gonna cry. He didn't listen. Now and every truth that you deny, each regret and each goodbye was some mistake too great to hide. Voice was all I heard, that I get what I deserve. So give me reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the floods cross the distance in your eyes. Give me reason to feel this hole, connect the space between. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies across this new divide. Across this new divide. Across this new divide. Thank yous. Zoinks will be crying. Zoinks will be crying. Miss, you gotta flex it to Zoinks when he comes by later. Flex it to Zoinks. Wait, is he still on the VC? Oh, he's not on the VC anymore. He's probably asleep or something. Flex it to Zoinks. He's like a big Linkin Park fan. Like, he's gonna be like, no, I missed the peak. He's gonna be like that. I don't see him in chat, so yeah. Somebody's gonna regret it. Just kidding. Alright. Wait, do I know this song? Wait. Let me listen to this, okay? It's another Linkin Park song. I miss Chester. May he RIP. The reason was about improv. He was a hero. Yeah, that's true. I just realized I'm no longer top 3 for clips. Bruh! It's been a month. You're late. Oh, no, not really a month, I guess. I guess when it's... Huh? Wait, when did I announce it? Yeah, I believe I announced it on the Donathon that I will be resetting the... Yeah, I reset the leaderboards. I made it monthly. So every month it will reset now. So every end of the month it will reset everything, like the clips, the bits, the subs. It will reset every month now. So you can give chances to other people to have the spotlight. Yeah. All right. Let me just check this, okay? Oh, I think I know it. Wait, can I? It's your name to shame, cover up your face. You can't run the race, the pace is too fast, you just won't last. Yeah. Let's do another Linkin Park, cause why not, right? Forfeit the game before everybody else takes you out of frame. Put your name to shame, cover up your face. You can't run the race, the pace is too fast, you just won't last. You love the way I look at you while taking pleasure in the awful things that you put me through. You take away if I give in. My life, my pride is broken. You like to think you're never wrong. You live what you learn. You want to act like you're someone. You live what you learn. You want someone who hurt like you. You live what you learn. You want to share what you've been through. You live what you learn. You love the things I say I'll do, the way I hurt myself again just to get back at you. You take away when I give in. My life, my pride is broken. You like to think you're never wrong. You live what you learn. You want to act like you're someone. You live what you learn. You want someone to hurt like you. You live what you learn. You want to share what you've been through. You live what you learn. Don't hold somebody. Push out in shame, cover up your face. You can't run the race. The race is too fast. The words won't last. Forfeit the game before somebody else takes you out of the frame. Push out in the shame, cover up your face. You can't run the race. The pace is too fast. It just won't last. You like to think you're never wrong. You live what you learn. You want to act like you're someone. You live like you learn. You like the one who hurt like you. You live what you learn. You want to share what you've been through. You live what you learn. You like to think you're never wrong. You want to act like you're someone. You want someone who hurt like you. You want Hey! My god. Man. I like Linkin Park. You see the diversity of the songs that I like. I can I like a lot of stuff. I like classic. I like opera. I like I like R&B. I like slow. I like countryside. That was late. Sorry, that was late. No, 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 no. Why are you saying sorry? No, 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 no. Oh shit! I forgot to turn down the price for the applause. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, I mean, I'll just do one last song and then we're going out. Uh. It gets harder when it's the last song. Like you want it to be so good, you know. Acid Rain? Why even know it, bruh? Wait. Oh, it's Avenged Sevenfold. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Do I remember it? Let me listen to it. Let me listen to it. Wait. No, I don't know the songs. I'm sorry, Shadow. That's one of the songs that isn't hardcore. Yeah, it kind of sounds like it's not hardcore, but I don't know the song. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do a classic though. It's fine. I'll just play it in the background for me. Okay. Okay. Ow, love boy. Why would you do that? I'm gonna sing the last song of the stream and then I'm going to yeet and go to sleep. So I have 9 hours and still have time for like myself before I start streaming again. By the way, hi love. Yo, what's up, baby girl? Alright. Red jumpsuit apparatus supremacy. Yeah. Hey girl, you know you drive me crazy. One look put a rhythm in my head. Still I'll never understand why you hang around. I see what's going down. Cover up with makeup in the mirror. Tell yourself it's never gonna happen again. You try alone and then he swears he loves you. Do you feel like a man when you push her around? Do you feel better now as she falls to the ground? Well, I'll tell you, my friend, one day this will's going to win as your lights crumble down. A new life she has found. A pebble in the water makes a ripple effect. Every action in this world without a consequence. If you wait around forever, you will surely drown. I see what's going down. I see the way you go and say alright again. Say alright again. Heed my lecture. Do you feel like a man when you push her around? Do you feel better now as she falls to the ground? Well, I'll tell you, my friend, one day this world's going to end as your lies crumble down. A new life she has found, face down in the dirt. She said, this doesn't hurt. She said, I finally had enough. This doesn't hurt, she said. I finally had enough. One day she will tell you that she has had enough. It's coming round again. Do you feel like a man when you push her around? Do you feel better now as she falls to the ground? Well, I'll tell you, my friend, one day this world's going to end as your lies crumble down. A new life she has found. Do you feel better now? Well, I tell you, my friend, one day this world's going to end as your lies crumble down. A new life she has found, face down in the dirt. She said, this doesn't hurt. She said, I finally had enough. That's it! Oh, hell yeah. Oh my goodness. People are just coming by. No! I'm about to end stream! Thank you, though. Thank you, miss. Thank you. Damn, that was fire. Hi, Cheng. Hi, love. Oh my god, good morning, love. You just woke up. I see. Yeah. But that was the last song. I was supposed to be ending stream like an hour ago, but I'm like, yeah, I'm enjoying the songs and stuff. But we gotta end stream because I need sleep. I only had 3 hours after 30 hours of being up. I only had 3 hours of sleep from that. So I have to catch up with sleep. So yeah, I hope you understand. We gotta sleep. We need to sleep. We gotta sleep. Yeah, I gotta sleep. I need to sleep. Yes. Thank you, Cheng. Thank you, miss. Let's see where we can raid out. Here's our raid out message. So we are raiding out to, wait, let me check who are we gonna be able to raid out. Oh, you know what, I haven't raided the Sharky yet. Why don't I raid the Sharky, right? This is my first time raiding the Sharky, Nicholas Pookie. So we'll see. How do I? Okay, raid and then following, and also, yep. Wait! Oh no! Ah! Maki already ended stream. God damn it! Yeah, I guess it's Sharky that we're raiding today. Sharky Pop. Okay, we're gonna read out to Nicola's Spooky, which is Shorky. It's 12 a.m. Happy Easter! Happy Easter! It's been Easter already in my end for like 15 hours already, I guess. But it's okay. Happy Easter, everyone! Happy Easter! Happy Easter! You can now eat meat again. To those very into the Catholic stuff. Yeah. 10 more days for tax. Don't remind me for the taxes. Oh my god. I hate taxes time. But yeah, I also have to do my taxes. Fuck. Alright. Reading out. How to read. We're reading the Sharky. Alright. So I'll see you again tomorrow. Okay? Okay? I will see you again tomorrow. Don't forget to stay hydrated, stay comfy, stay hydrated, and getting well rested, and get some good nom noms. Yes, we gotta do nom noms. I burped from that. But yeah, I hope you had fun to the stream today. We had fun with the 7 days to collab, 7 days to die collab. And we got to sing at least 2 hours. 3 hours, I guess, or 2. I forgot. I had fun. I'll see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be just FPS gaming, Battlefield 6, and hell diving. So, pet the dog for me, of course. I will always pet the dog for everyone. Thank you, everyone. Dodge the taxes, no? Bye, Cheng. Bye, everyone. It was fun. Thank you again. Thank you, Auto for the raid. I love you all. Please stay safe. I love y'all. Mwah. Bye. Bye.